Hold on. I'm struggling to exist. I am phasing into the corporeal reality. There we go. All right. Sorry about that. I was struggling a little bit, but there we go. Anyway, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's having an absolutely fantabulous, fantastic. I'm gonna watch my words because I know there's probably children watching. Another word with an F. Friday. It is I, your unfathomably hydrated and unfashionably late sheep herder, and I'm here to welcome you guys to a really exciting thing. It's the first time I've ever done this, so Frigibacks Friday. You know what? We're gonna have to do it next week. All streams are gonna just have Pokemon names as part of the alliteration. I don't make the rules anymore. That's just what it is now. I'm gonna have to come up with those really really fast. Anyway, we've never done an official VGC tournament, the unofficial VGC tournament, unofficial tournament for the official herd disc. Anyway, and so I'm really excited. I think Champions has given us a great opportunity to do that. Let me catch up first of all on all of the follows because you guys are amazing. Burnonimus, thank you so much for the follow. You're awesome, not because of your follow, because you are an amazing person. Volcarona VGC Gaming, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you are having a wonderful time, and thank you so much. And Awoken, thank you so much for the follow. You are awesome, not because you're follow, because you are an amazing person. Silent Sordo 504, thank you so much for the follow. You are awesome, not because of your follow, because you are an amazing person. And Olivier. Words are hard. Thank you so much for the follow. You're awesome, not because of your follow, because you are an amazing person. Let me catch up on the chat real fast. Time to go OX. I almost did that today. I went to a Magic the Gathering pre-release and went 1-2. Almost went 0-3 drop. It was going to be very sad. I'm terrified of Mr. Rhyme Chestnut being a thing that exists, but I hope that goes well for you. Thank you, One Scoop, for the 5-stream streak. This will be peak. Actually, this is going to be VGC. Peak is next week. Not really, but it could be. Sorry, I had to make the joke. And now this is epic. I've seen all of the only F word agreements. Next week, all streams are just going to explode. True. I'm going to hit them with the welcome to self-destruct Saturday. No. Who's on commentary? No. Who's on first? Seconds on what's on commentary? Sorry, bad joke. I'm gonna die one of these days from a bad joke at the wrong time. Anyway, it is me. Hello, I am the sheep herder. For those of you guys who don't know me, I like to stream community-related content and Pokemon stuff and challenges. I will be your slow descent into madness tonight. We do have over 16 people, which means we will be playing 5 rounds of Swiss and a top cut of 4. And then whoever wins gets a legitimate, I actually officially got these. I have somebody who can back me. Shiny Miraidon or Koraidon of your choice traded to you. So, it's not a slow descent. It's like straight off the ramp. Oliver works perfect. It's not coming, unfortunately. It's a best of 1 team. I see. Hi, Raleigh. I hope you got everything uploaded. Let me check. Are you gonna do the thing with top 4 where you're just gonna feature both games? I'll let them decide. Because I would like to show all 3, but it's gonna be real late. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If we get things going perfectly on time, we might finish before midnight tonight. And I have another event that I'm playing in at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so my ass gonna be EP. Anyway, I'm always gonna do the madness. It'd be like that. Brother, it's fasting. It's faster than a tornado hitting a trailer park. True, that's a terrifying thought. Anyway, you'll testify to the legitimacy of the shiny bikes. You did help me get them, yes. You already sleepy? Well, then get out of bed. I know you're sitting in bed right now. Get out of it. Gah. Anyway, so for those of you guys who don't know or haven't seen my 62 pings, this is our first ever test tournament. This is brought to you by Biff Pips Battle Frontier. They helped me set this up. I'm eventually going to have my own thing, but it takes a while to get that set up. So the herd, my personal community, and my local VGC community that I am the judge and TO for, VGC LLC, we're going to work together, and I brought these groups together so that everybody can play tonight. For those who are my locals, this is practice for our first event on Sunday, And for the herd, this is just more stuff that I want to offer you guys so that you guys we can play more things together. Maybe next time I'll get to play. There is a tournament today. Oh my God, it's like you're already signed up. Anyway, you're sitting under your bed. You have a loft bed. And step up, Raleigh. You're not even sitting under the bed. What's the point? Come on now. You got to up your game. Anyway, let me check the standings. I do believe Hyper should be around here. He is also helping me in the background. Where is he at? Hyperlink. I can't speak today. I know he is here. He is just around, so do not worry too much about that. I will be showing and spectating matches, at least one per round. I'm going to try and ask to let you guys let me test out the spectate functionality. So yeah, that's going to be pretty much it. I do need to restart my game because it hasn't been restarted since yesterday. Dessured, indeed. I'm free to help you. So do need to ask if you ask Hyper to add to that if you ever need me. Gotcha. Big brother watching. Indeed. Okay. Should I expect representation or room codes generally how it's done? Just going through your limitless table chat. I'm catching up all the Discord messages about this event. Teaching people to use them. Oh boy. Anyway, you were summoned. No, you weren't summoned. I was just telling people that like you were helping me and that I appreciated you. I'm gonna guess that Lily joined this event without needing the code because this is somebody who's in Biff Pip stuff and they were able to see the info, which I'm totally fine with. I do appreciate everybody who showed up that is here and this was their first exposure to the community. I hope you guys have a great time. So as a reminder to everybody, I'm going to real quick go through the rules and whatnot. We're going to try to kick things off on time. So I'm going to treat you guys like I would any of my locals in person. So hello, everybody. My name is the Sheep Herder. You can call me Sheep. You can call me Herder. You can call me later. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. You're keeping yourselves healthy and hydrated and happy. And we're going to get things kicked off real soon. We're going to have 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a 4-person top cut. 4-person is non-negotiable because I would like to sleep. Each round, we're going to try and spectate one of the lobbies going on. If for whatever reason you do not want to be spectated, I would just ask that you let me know, either in a DM or through Limitless, as we get things started. Other than that, you have less than a minute to try to make sure you have everything registered and ready to go. I'm still missing 1 team list, 1 check-in, and 2 readies. So make sure you guys are clicking all the buttons in Limitless. I am new to Limitless, so bear with me, because this is going to be a very new, very interesting experience for all of us, and we're going to test things out. So I'm now going to close registration. You guys still can submit a team list and check in, but I need those to happen in the next few minutes as we get things going. You can call me later. Don't treat everyone here like they're your locals. They deserve better. True. She might have been able to. Oh, I don't care. I'm just happy to have people like come and hang out. What's the code to register? Can I register real quick? I am gonna say I just closed it, so I am sorry. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna reopen it. Brokioki, you get in here. Why not? How many people we got? Yeah, come on. One more person's fine. Brokioki, the code is LLC, based off of one of the groups that is playing. And let me know once you're in. I'm waiting for you to send me a message. When Brokioki sends me a message that they are checked in with a team sheet and a deck list, we're not playing TCG, and a registration, I am closing it. So everybody else needs to make sure they've got theirs done, okay? Get to it. You got Brokioki's amount of time left. I don't know how much time that actually is, but like I said, we're going to be doing 5 rounds, followed by top cut. If at whatever point you need to drop or anything like that, that is fine. Just let me know. We're going to do our best to work on this all together, guys. And if this goes well and people enjoy it, we may do it in the future, and maybe we do some prizing, you know, some more exciting prizing. The Shiny Marauder and Cridens because I have a bunch spare that I want to offer back to the community. And so just kind of a thing I got to keep up with. Also, I will try to time ad breaks in between rounds, but in case I don't, I will try to warn you ahead of time. I always try to do ads all at the same time so nobody's missing any content. Registered, team submitted, and checked in. Perfect. That means it is. I'm closing all of those things now. We are missing 2 people, but we gotta roll on. I'll give them 3 minutes. I will give everybody up to 5 minutes of being late. That is, Lord knows I am late to everything, and we can spend a few minutes just chit-chatting, hanging out, vibing, thriving. And now is also a good time for everybody. I know I already said it, but if you haven't already, go grab some water or something else safe for human consumption so that you have a drink during the event. It is important that you stay healthy during all events, especially if you're going to regionals or other things in the future. Always keep yourself hydrated and fed, or you will struggle to do complex thinking. Your cover has gone missing. Not sure what that means, but okay. You play best during a dehydrated, dazed state. Understandable. You need things that are safe for Klingon consumption. Unfortunately, I didn't pack those in the back. I do apologize. We will stop at the next starship, star station, and maybe we'll have a chance. You struggle to do complex thinking at your peak, unfortunately. Dang. Well, all right. We got 2 minutes left, and then I will be closing it down. Go! Thank you so much, Brokioki, for the follow. You are awesome, not because you're a follow, because you are an amazing person. This being your first stream here, you're already loving the high energy vibes. Am I high energy? This is just how fast I talk. I didn't know that was high energy. Okay, sure. I mean, I got ADHD mixed with a mouth that moves faster than the brain thinks. So if you call that high energy, I'm great. Love that. Like use something. Oh, Switch controller covers. I gotcha. Bro, got that streamer energy. Yeah, what about it? What about it? Anyway, thanks for letting me in. You've been wanting to test the team so fast. Nah, no problem. No problem at all. I was kind of hoping that we didn't break 17 people.
I am a helicopter, and I hope that worked.
It did. Anyway, I was hoping we wouldn't break 17 people so we could only run 4 rounds so that I could go to bed somewhat on time. But that's not happening, and that's okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We got 1 minute left. I'm going to go grab something real fast. I'm going to step away for 5 seconds. Zell and Dr. Raleigh, you're in charge. Don't let them get too crazy. And then I'm going to close it. We're going to get started. Okay? All right. Be good. Don't be bad. I see fires in the chat. I'm going to punish Zell. It's going to be his fault. Oh my God, they're unionizing. I leave for 5 minutes. They're already asking for basic workers' rights. Dang it. Anyway, sorry, I had to go grab legally prescribed medication because I forgot I'm going to be taking it during the stream. So give me 1 second to take this, and then we get things going. What if I'm late? My 5 minutes, does that mean I get around? No, that's not how that works. We are not unionizing. Stop it. Down with the, up with the bourgeoisie. We are done watching until we get PTO. All right, your paid time off starts now, and it ends now. Yeah, there it was. All right, Tio's. Don't say that. Don't say that one. He's okay. No, bad. He said legally prescribed after what it is. It was ibuprofen. Calm down. I get headaches sometimes. Okay. Sleep. No, I like that. Okay. While I've been talking to you guys, I did close down everything. So I think we are good to get things started. Maybe, possibly. I'm going to click button to see what happens. Here we go. Are you sure you want to execute the selected action? Yes, that's why I clicked the button. Okay. Oh God, what's going on? I clicked button and it did things, but now I'm scared. Bold words for somebody losing to Mega. Interesting. You were an anarchist. Hey, you can see the judge tab now. Oh, I can? Sure. Okay. We're gonna try that. Judge tab. All right. Late registration for the tournament is open. Did I say it could be? No, I did not. All right. Dashboard. How do dashboard work? Help. Edit tournament. No. Tournament page. Judge. All right. I'm clicking buttons. Oh, I see. Okay. I understand now what it meant. All right. So, guys, pairings for round 1 are now posted. It looks like there is exactly 20 players registered. So you guys have an hour for this round. That includes the 5 minutes to get things set up. Everything looks good to go. Oh, I get to see the teams. Oh, I love seeing the little teams and all the shenaniganry. There is a lot of one thing here, and I'm not going to say what it is, but it is surprisingly frequent. Anyway. Oh, I get to see metagame info. Oh, that's really cool. We may talk about that a little bit more later. With that, yeah, let's get things going. Guys, your round 1 pairings are now live. You are more than welcome to get things going. Be sure and make sure that you guys are playing an open team sheet format, which means that you are sharing your team information with your opponent. That does not mean the one with the stats. That means the one without the stats. If you have any issues or questions, let me know. Incineroar is obviously up there, but it's not the one that I was shocked to see as very high. Everyone can see metagame info. Everyone can see metagame info? Oh. Neat. Neato burrito. Okay, then I guess that's not as spooky as I thought it was. Although I do see some interesting picks here. Anyway, who's the diva running Salazzle? Let me DM you. Yeah, I know what the team sheets look like. All right. You know what? We're gonna find somebody in the pairings real fast, and we're gonna pick them for the first match. You know what? I see a good one. I see a good one, which is really funny that they got paired against each other because they live in the same house. Cosmic and Hyper, what is your room code? Because I'm gonna spectate you guys this match. So how do we line up the matches? You reach out to your opponent through the standings and rounds, and you can message them, set up a room code, and then get things going. Only staff can see the metagame before the tournament. Ah, I see. I'm gonna say you should probably pick a stream game immediately so you can get in before they start their match. Yeah, I probably should have done that, but here we are. So, the good news is I could probably join it really quickly. So I'm gonna do that. Bear with me. Don't worry, guys, I got you. That's the wrong button. If you click, it says the room code the second they type it. I see. Enter room ID. Oh, I can't paste, right? Why did I think I could paste? I was trying to type on my computer, and I was like, why isn't it showing up on my Switch? Okay. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Bear with me. For everybody who has already started their matches, by the way, I do apologize. I will stop being goofy sounding soon. Wait, things going. You know how to see our chat rooms. Yes, I do. Don't worry, I won't spoil any. It won't spoil any information because I'll be looking at it in spectator mode. But if you want to avoid it, understandable. He will never be goofy sounding. Never not be. True. All right, I think I have things figured out. Hold on. Let me click over to it. Everybody can hear it. We're good to go. All right, Hyper and Cosmic, y'all start whenever you're ready. Scoping out the Corviknight teams for the local. Not everybody here's a local. But they could be. All right, let's get things going. Oh, I'm so excited. Also, if you guys have any feedback about my casting, you're not going to upset me. Feel free to say something because I am genuinely curious how people feel about things because I've never done this before. Okay, let's kick it off with round 1. We've got Sand Floette versus Rain Floette. This is going to be really interesting because for those of you guys who don't know, Cosmic and Hyper live together. So they probably know each other's teams a little bit better than I do. But it's going to be really interesting to see how they have prepared counters for each other. If they've prepared counters for each other. Why did my chat disappear? Where did my stream chat go? There it is. Hold on. Overlay. Oh, why did my overlay get turned off? Who turned my overlay off? How dare you guys? That was weird. You're just here because did you want to learn? Well, welcome, and I hope you enjoy the learning process of whatever it is. All right. That we are getting things going. You can commentary and move stuff we don't consider. Yeah, fair enough. All right, so Hyper is going to send out Mousehold and Gengar, probably giving it a great opportunity for redirection early on, since, you know, Incineroar exists in the format. Meanwhile, we've got Incineroar Garchomp threatening a very early, dangerous lead. I would say Cosmic is a greatly positioned. I can't speak already. I'm already tired. To have a good fake out Garchomp setup or sweep. Whereas Gengar's probably looking at some form of either Mega Evolution or Perish Song to try and sit down here. While the Maushold has the same options that Incineroar does, both in redirection and in threateningness. Incineroar hits the field. Incineroar has now intimidated both physical attackers here, which is probably a little bit more valuable than the Gengar Maushold Intimidate was. We do see the Mega Evolution go off, which means everything here on the screen is now Shadow Tagged in. Gengar is holding Protect, probably to buy time for Fake Out next turn. Incineroar is faking out the Incineroar, doing almost 0 damage, but the Stomping Tantrum is going to be blocked. So, a grand old nothing turn except for some extra Intimidates, extra attack drops. Alright, so I would say Garchomp is much more threatened by the now Mega Gengar than it was before, because now it can't swap out. Both the Incineroars do have Dark and Fire-type moves probably online, whereas whereas the Incineroar on Hyper side is got Fake Out ready. See, can I see their teams? I can. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. I can see their team info. Nice. So Hyper has flinched the probably, I'm gonna guess, Sash Garchomp. That is, yeah, Scarf Garchomp, sorry. So Incineroar is going to Parting Shot the Gengar. Getting a free swap out into something else. Let's see what it is. Maybe? Okay, we go into their Maushold. So now Maushold has left one side of the field and showed up on the other. Whereas the Perish counter has started ticking. Alright, so that means Gengar has got Garchomp on the clock. Unless Maushold or Garchomp have a way out, they are not going to be able to get out without dealing with Garchomp, without dealing with Gengar first. Incineroar, however, on Hyper side, does have Parting Shot, which means it can get safely out of the lock. Well, I mean, it could get out of the lock anyway, it's not Shadow Tag. But it can get out with another method that's safer prior to the Perish Song hitting. Perish count hitting 0. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Alright, so it is now Maushold versus Maushold as Gengar is going to continue to tick down the turns against this Garchomp. Maushold is going to redirect anything, but there's nothing to redirect this time. And Garchomp is once again going to rip the Stomping Tantrum into that Gengar. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, Stomping Tantrum doubles in power when it does not successfully connect, which means that, and that doesn't stack, so it's only once. So what that means is Garchomp is currently rocking at 120 base power ground type. The importance there is that this Maushold may follow me to redirect off the Gengar, but it's got to eat an 120 base power plus stab ground type move. That's pretty dangerous. Now Cosmic's going to go for the Protect on theirs, but the Stomping Tantrum is finally going to hit this Gengar, and that's a bulky Gengar, who easily shrugs it off. The Maushold is going to taunt into the Protect. What is Gengar going to do? Rip another Perish Song. Everything on the field now that wasn't already set to perish is now even more so at risk of perishing. So that is both Maushold, Gengar, and Garchomp. Although Garchomp is at count 1, and so is Gengar. So, question here is, does Gengar swap out or let itself go to the Perish Song? What up? Good to see you, Fake. Or to maintain the lock, or does Garchomp have a way to get out of this? Alright, so Gengar is going to be swapping out to reset its own counter. Incineroar here to act as another Intimidate, and probably as a method to lock in the Maushold. Garchomp is going to get off a little bit more damage. And Incineroar is going to be taunted, which means no more Parting Shot. But taunt into taunt into taunt, we are looking like nobody's doing any status moves today. Garchomp does unfortunately die to Perish Song. This does give a chance for Cosmic to bring in something else. They could do the most hilarious funny of all time and bring in Incineroar. Maybe Incineroar and Maushold versus Incineroar and Maushold, but I don't know, we'll see. It is in fact Incineroar! Alright, so we now see a complete mirror match going on here right now. And on Cosmic's side, the Mousehold is intimidated, whereas on Hyper's side, both Pokemon are intimidated. And still at risk of Parasol. I'm gonna take a drink of water real fast. I understand now why casters, there's like 2 of them at a time, because I feel like I am talking so much. All right, we once again see Incineroar swap for Gengar. That's gonna lock in any other Pokemon. So that is going to reestablish the Parasol Shadow Tag lock. Mousehold is going to eat the Super Fang, halving its existing health, and Incin faked out into the Gengar. So that means that Mousehold is currently looking at no way to get out of its currently locked position unless it has U-turn or some other way to avoid it. Can we just briefly say how much I love Mousehold's animations? How they're all sitting there like interacting with each other. That's very adorable. We are going to see Mousehold swap out back into Incin to get further Intimidates down across the board. And Gengar is going to protect to obviously maintain the lock. Mousehold has not swapped out, which means that it is going to do a Super Fang as it goes down at the end of this turn. So no unfair. Yeah, I gotcha. To be fair though, I don't have any information that they do either. But oh well, I guess well no, because I get to see the same team list. So, but I get what you mean. That's a good point. All right, now we're going to see the last of Cosmic's 4 Pokemon is Corviknight, who probably doesn't like to see that they're across from Incineroar right now. Would have much more rather waited till Incineroar came in to reflect the bounces. Meanwhile, Gengar just has to click Parasol one more time and survive 3 turns. And that's exactly what it's going for. Intimidate, Fake Out. I just called Incineroar Intimidate because that's all I remember it for. Incineroar is going to Fake Out and lock in the other Incineroar. Whereas Brave Bird is going to put Gengar almost to death. Almost making it so they can get out. Although, at the end of the day, even if they knock out Gengar at this point, they've got to get through another 3 Pokemon in the next 3 turns, or it's going to be all over anyway. So, now we see does Gengar... Oh, and they know that as well. So, we are moving to Game 2 between Cosmic and Hyper. In the meantime, I'm going to check on everybody else. See how everybody is doing. See how things are going. I don't see any messages. I cannot speak in before Mold Breaker. True. Valid. Okay, I see that only one match has resolved so far. So, or one game of one match is resolved. All right, so same team as before. How does Cosmic change things up to get around this Gengar? Oh wow, that was really fast. They locked that in really quick. So this is gonna be really interesting to see the Giddy Old Man Cosmic Game 2 against Fairy Tale Girl Hyper. All right, so this time we see a changed up lead by Hyper, instead going for a much more aggressive pick with Mega Floette and Mousehold versus Incineroar and Mousehold. Incineroar's got Fake Out online, but with Floette, it may just protect and take the turn, letting Mousehold do what Mousehold does best, which is redirect and Super Power. It's so interesting as somebody who started VGC at the beginning of Scarlet Violet to see Mousehold in a support role that it doesn't deal damage traditionally. I'm a huge Pop Bomb fan, and that's its signature move, and I'm sad to see that people aren't running it right now. So, exactly what we expected. We see the Floette hit the funny Mega button. And so now this Incineroar has to decide, does it shut down damage or does it protect redirect? And the Mousehold going for protect on Hyper side. They're going for double protect. They said, nope, no Fake Out today. No Fake Out. No Fake Out, no taunt. All right, let's see what we got here. You know, if I had thought about it a little bit more, I could have put the chat probably somewhere a little bit better. but that is my bad, and we will we'll take our lumps. You know? Sometimes my choices are not the smartest. They're rarely the smartest, to be honest here. Anyway, all right, so we see Mousehold going for the Follow Me, probably to protect Mega Floette before a Calm Mind. And that is the last time it is going for Follow Me while it is currently on the field, because that taunt is going to shut that down in the future. Yep, Floette is setting up that Calm Mind. That is a +1 to both special attack and special defense. Floette already has absolutely insane stats, but getting off one Calm Mind is just enough to send it into the stratosphere. A parting shot from Incineroar going into the Mousehold, which is probably not the original target, is going to bring in Corviknight, which does give it an option for dealing with Mega Floette. But I go here and look. I can't find it. There it is. I believe this Mega Floette runs. Nope, it runs Moonblast Draining Kiss. Okay, so Corviknight is going to take half from the Super Fang, whereas Floette is also going to take half from the Super Fang. But that is a +1 Mega Floette Moonblast ripping into the Corviknight. God, is Corviknight tanky. So Corvi is going to get the Tailwind set up so that it can do something next turn. Cosmic's in a really great position to potentially take a knockout here if the Floette allows it. But both Mousehold are still perfectly healthy. If either of them has the option, they could start turning into damage. I know Hyper has only Super Fang for damage. Cosmic, on the other hand, also only has Super Fang. It's almost like these teams were built within the same four walls. Crazy. Anyway. Oh, I love seeing the little Pokeballs on the characters. Alright, so we are going to see Cosmic go for Protect on the Mousehold. Probably trying to negate any Dazzling Gleam coverage kills. The Floette is going to protect itself. The Mousehold is going to rip a Super Fang into another Mousehold. And Corviknight is going to take this great opportunity to roost back a majority of the health it has already lost from the Super Fang. Plus leftovers, Corviknight is sitting at a clean 80%. And that is going to be very relevant, as this Floette now, without Protect, has to figure out how to get through the Corviknight that it can't damage. Well, it can, but not by much. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. Alright, so we're going to see Hyper pull out the Mousehold, just probably not getting targeted this turn anyway, to set up for what I'm going to guess is a Scarf Basculegion. No, it is not a Scarf Basculegion. That is a Mystic Water Swiftwind Basculegion. So we are going to see a bulk up from the Corviknight and a Draining Kiss from the Floette. Wait a minute. Did I misunderstand? Oh yeah, that is Moonblast Draining Kiss. There is no Dazzling Gleam on that Mega Floette. Interesting. That is very, very interesting. All right. So Basculegion is not as fast as you'd expect it to be right now. This is a rain supported build version. And so we are going to see Incineroar intimidating and threatening the Basculegion. Does the Basculegion go for an attack in the meantime? Floette actually leaves the field. Basculegion Swift Swim is now online. Wave Crash, Last Respects, Aqua Jet, all very dangerous choices. Aqua Jet gets some great damage down on the Incineroar. But the best part here is that it doesn't have to stay with that move choice. This is a Swift Swim Mystic Water set instead of a Scarf set that most people tend to run. Basculegion is down below half now, but Cosmic's Tailwind is gone, which means that Basculegion is absolutely the fastest thing on the field, and it doesn't have to worry about Fake Out even if Incineroar is here, because it's a Ghost type. Alright, so we see Politoed sticking on the field, whereas Basculegion is getting out back to the Mousehold. Just continuing that redirection and acceptance of damage. Politoed's not going to get to do a whole lot this turn, but we're going to see Corviknight set that Tailwind back up. Alright. So pretty nothing burger turn, except for some repositioning. However, this is going to result in Corviknight being probably the fastest on the field. It might be between Incineroar and Corviknight, I'm not 100% sure. Alrighty, let's see what we got. Alright, we do see the Mousehold take half of Corviknight's remaining HP. But Corviknight doesn't care, and it's going to reach that boosted Brave Bird straight into the Politoed. But it doesn't even take half. It takes more damage itself, it seems like. Parting Shot off the Incineroar is going to nerf some damage considerably. Question is T-Tar in the back? It is not that we know of. It could be, but instead we have gone back to the Mousehold. The Mousehold does have to eat a -1 Weather Ball. It does kill the Mousehold off. So, now the question begins. Are we going to learn what the third Pokemon is in Cosmic Spat? Or are they saving that for the bitter end? Meanwhile, Hyper has multiple wounded Pokemon that are going to have to position around. Though, Mega Floette sitting at full health. Alright, so we don't yet know about that fourth Pokemon as Incineroar retakes the field, setting up a second unnecessary Intimidate onto the Mousehold. And Politoed is looking pretty comfortable right now. Corviknight can't do enough damage to kill it, and it's got super effective threat against Incineroar. Question now becomes, does Incineroar fake out, and does the Mousehold follow me? Politoed probably threatening a knockout. The Mousehold does not go for it, but does go instead for a Super Fang, putting the Incineroar down to, after Citrus Berry, just above half. The Roost from the Corviknight is massive, though, because Corviknight is now going to once again come back up to about 80%, and Politoed's not going to get a chance to hit it. Oh, our game's starting to finish out the round. Don't see any yet. Pairings. Oh, I do. Nice. All right. We see 5 games have already finished. Meanwhile, both sides here, although they've taken considerable damage, are all in the green. This is going to be interesting to see. Incineroar does fall for the taunt. It is not parting shotting out. Corviknight's Brave Bird does not lock up the damage it needs to kill this Politoed. Incineroar goes for Assurance, which is a crazy thing to have seen. I wasn't aware of that. I gotta start looking at the teams a little bit harder. Excuse me. I hate right before screen, so I'm trying not to like burp or like cough or anything in you guys' face. Or ears? Face? Ears? Ears face? Anyway. Tailwind has gone out on the Corviknight side, so Cosmic's probably looking to set that back up. But with no rain and no Politoed, this Basculegium's gotta duke it out at normal speed. Question is it naturally fast or is it naturally bulky? Very rare that it is both. I really wish that it wouldn't do that, where it blacks out the screen when you're spectating. So, we see that there is still the 1 bulk up for Corviknight, and there's still the 1 -1 for Mousehold. Again, Mousehold doesn't care because it's going for Super Fang, which is a set amount of damage, whereas Incineroar takes that Aqua Jet. Unfortunately, not being in the rain, it's not enough to kill. Corviknight once again goes down to half, but it's going to get that Tailwind set back up, so it's just going to Roost as soon as possible. And that a super effective Assurance is going to take the knockout on Basculegium, forcing Mega Floette to finally hit the field once again, paired up with the original Pokemon it came in with, which is Mousehold. Now's a good time to remind you guys, by the way, if you haven't, go get some water, keep yourself healthy, happy, and healthy. And do that as well. This is a really great game, too. We see a half health, but very still tanky and very able to heal off Corviknight. Incineroar's got options, but he is taunted. Mousehold still full health in spite of everything. And a healed up Floette has hit field now again. Question, does Floette go for setup, or does it try to immediately eliminate some of the threats on the board before they start to heal themselves? The taunt from the Mousehold may shut down another Roost. It does in fact shut down Roost. So the question comes, does Incineroar get some good damage down with Flare Blitz? Unfortunately, this Floette is built like a truck, and it just eats those. And so it is going to absolutely take that opportunity to set up another Calm Mind. Absolutely benefiting from it, and putting it in a great position. Corviknight is going to get some leftovers with recovery, keeping it just above half. And Incineroar is finally going to be freed of that taunt. Do we see a parting shot from the Incineroar to cancel out the Floette's attack boost and go into whatever the secret fourth Pokemon is? Or do we see Corviknight just try to take a Brave Bird approach to dealing with the problem? Let's see here. Corviknight does have only one attack. It is only Brave Bird. So, let's see. Ooh, what's that? I was like a burp, cough, hiccup. Anyway, let's see what happens. What's happening? In the meantime, I'm gonna quickly pull it up and look and see. I've got 6 games have wrapped up. Another Super Fang takes Corby down to a quarter, and this Brave Bird is probably going to do a massive amount to Corviknight back. It puts Corviknight cleanly into the red, and Incineroar's Flare Blitz does pick up the kill on the Mega Floette. This means that 3 Pokemon to 1. That Cosmic does have a great position here. Mainly because Mousehold, one big thing about Super Fang is it gives up its ability to take knockouts, relying instead on its allies to do them, because Super Fang can only ever half your health. That means that we are going to a Game 3 between Hyper and Cosmic. That is exciting. Meanwhile, we still have Munchie and Buckeye playing, as well as Khaleesi and Oliver, versus the best JSTN and Mama Fitzy. All right, here we go. On to Game 3. This is exciting, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves, because I am. Although it's a lot of talking, which is not something I think you guys would ever have expected me to be shocked by. All right. I never understand why I put you in the like little gym area. Do you guys like the gym instead of the stadium? Like, does anybody actually like being in the little like basic gym instead of the cool, awesome looking stadium? Because I don't really understand why they like do both. Very odd. Anyway, so now with both of them taking one game, how do they change up their leads to deal with it? The stadium is better, yes. Good, I'm glad you agree. This is going to be interesting. They both have counters to each other's stuff on their teams ready to go, but we are distinctively lacking in a electric type on either team to punish any of the flying or water types that are prevalent on both teams. All right, this is Game 3 of Round 1 between Cosmic and Hyper, and let's see what they got. All right, Gengar and Mousehold, the same lead as Game 1, returns against Incineroar and Mousehold. What is the best Pokemon game? For me, Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I absolutely love the world building and design of that game. You can start with an Eevee, so that's all that really matters. Luckily Champions is a separate game, so I hope they could add something like that. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. I can't wait for Coliseum to come out, because I think I'm going to try and play like all of the GBA games, or game games in order. All right, and this is going to be very similar to Game 1 as we watch Gengar Mega Evolve, probably to set up Parasong, or to ignore with Protect the incoming Fake Out. We do see the Mousehold first. Man, this must be an incredibly bulky Gengar if Mousehold is faster. We do see both Protect here. Incineroar does whiff the Fake Out into the Mousehold, whereas the other Mousehold probably, Taunt goes off into the Gengar, not really achieving anything. So, now Cosmic has to decide what they want to do with the fact that they are locked into place, not counting the parting shot on Incineroar. And they know what Gengar is probably going to go next for. The question is, does Hyper do it? And do they have a way to stick around to answer it? Gengar does not stick around, in fact. Politoed hits the field, and it absolutely changes up any strategy they had of going for Shadow Tag and Parasong. Politoed is taunted, which means that it's not going for the song either. Whereas the Mousehold on the left does take a little bit of damage, and the Politoed does get hit with Assurance. Mine is your favorite Pokemon White. Nice. Also a very good kill. Alright, so Politoed is fantastically positioned in front of this Incineroar, do great amounts of damage, but it can't probably set up the Parasong that it was hoping for. So that's going to be an interesting problem. Meanwhile, Incineroar is kind of locked into an unfavorable position, And Mousehold has already lost half to a Stray Super Fang. Let's see how it keeps going. Mousehold on Cosmic side is going to buy time. Whereas the Super Fang on Hyper side is going to rip that Incineroar down to half health. I'm going to take a shot in the dark here and say that Politoed probably Weatherballed into that slot as well. Ooh, it Weatherballed into the Mousehold slot, which means that we are not going to see a kill come up. Whereas the Incineroar is going to parting shot out of here before it risks a Perish Song and come back later, swinging and kicking. So what are we going to see in this fourth slot? Because we never even saw third. We saw third, but not fourth slot in last game. Is there some spice hiding in the back of Cosmic's team? Is it Tyranitar? It is not Tyranitar. I really thought that it was going to be to shut down the rain, but instead we see Garchomp at the field in a pretty favorable position. Garchomp is not really directly threatened by either member of this team. And let me check something. Yep, there is no stray coverage moves to deal with it. Platinum, that's an amazingly good choice. All right, we are going to see Cosmic's Mousehold swap back out for Corviknight, so we do now know our 4 on Cosmic's side. And we are going to see Hyper's Mousehold swap out for Incineroar, also confirming the 4 on both sides. Okay, posturing is over. We do now see both of the Pokemon on every side. And Corviknight is going to Mirror Armor that Intim back to the Incineroar, and it's going to get a good spread Earthquake that doesn't hurt Corviknight in the process. That does get Incineroar to just above half, and Politoed shrugs it off. But what Corviknight's going to easily shrug off is this Weather Ball. Politoed is going to leftovers a little bit, so is Corviknight. I do wish they would happen at the same time. That'd be pretty nice, but Politoed is no longer taunted, however. So it does have Perish Song and Encore and Protect on deck if it wants to go for it. Meanwhile, Corviknight is probably trying to position itself to get some boosts going so they can provide more value for the team immediately. Right now, though, it's just providing a great amount of value in Corviknight not getting targeted by these Earthquakes, whereas Incineroar and Politoed are now both in the red thanks to a crit onto the Politoed. Incineroar is going to heal up a little bit, but it'll easily go down to another one. Politoed is going to set up a Perish Song, and that does mean that Gengar coming back in does lock these two onto the field under the song. But Corviknight's not going to give anybody a chance for that, taking the Politoed out in the process. Rain is officially on the clock. Now let's see what happens with it. We are going to see the Incineroar, however, swap out immediately, negating any splashback that would have happened with the Perish Song. So now we are going to see Gengar and Mousehold hit the field. Although it could be Gengar and Incineroar. Just depends on if Incineroar wants to take another mirrored Intimidate. We do watch those Perish counters tick down to 3, which means this team is on the clock. And sure enough, yeah, Incineroar is going to come back out, taking another Intimidate onto that Garchomp by taking an Intimidate from Mirror Armor in return. Let's see what we got. All I know is that I'm not going to be able to speak tomorrow. This is only round 1. All right. In the meantime, checking in with the other games. This is the last game. Not saying that they have to rush or anything. They can take as long as they'd like to. But all other 9 tables have finished. Garchomp is going to rip an amazingly positioned Earthquake, putting Gengar down about a third and Mousehold down about a quarter. In the meantime, Gengar is going to disable Corviknight from using another Brave Bird, completely negating and shutting off its damage potential, as that is the only attacking move Corviknight has. So Corviknight is dead on the field. Or, well, useless on the field. Meanwhile, Corviknight and Garchomp are both locked into place by the Shadow Tag. So, the question becomes, what value does Corviknight provide in the next 2 turns, because it otherwise isn't going to do anything. My Switch thing has disappeared from Earth. Oh no! That's unfortunate. Corviknight is going to completely ignore yet another Earthquake, as another Earthquake is going to take Gengar down to 1/3 and Mousehold about down to half. A little bit more than half. And the taunt from Mousehold means that this poor Corviknight is struggling. And Garchomp is also locked in with a disable, which means that it is down to, let me see. Well, this Garchomp's got 4 attacking moves. Unfortunately, what it also has is a Choice Scar. What this means is that Corviknight and Garchomp are both stuck struggling and are locked in. They are just here to click struggle. Now, they could do some decent damage, potentially, if they double up into the same target. But they don't get to decide that. For those of you guys who don't know, struggle is a random hit that deals, I believe, 3 times as much damage as you take back, or deal back to yourself. And unfortunately, that is, well, fortunately or unfortunately, that is going to give Corviknight the long sleep. But Garchomp is going to go down immediately afterwards to the Perish counter. So we are now looking at a game where it is 2 versus 3. If Gengar is allowed to get off another Perish song, we could see the game end just to Perish. But with Incineroar and Maushold on the field, it's going to have a hard time doing that. Hyper is committing a hate crime for this combo. Yeah. I did think it was really funny that Hyper was like, oh yeah, I'm happy to participate and I'm probably not going to win, or da-da-da-da, and then is going to make every round go to the Perish counter. I love that. Anyway, Gengar and Maushold are both looking pretty rough, worse for wear, but there's nothing stopping them from ripping one Perish song and finishing this. They are going to first get rid of any chance of the Incineroar setting up a fake out for better damage. So the Maushold doesn't get the taunt off, the Incineroar doesn't get the fake out off. However, this does put us in the situation where both Gengar and Maushold are unable to protect next turn. They can risk it, but it becomes a quickly diminishing amount. So we'll have to see. All right. So the question now becomes, what is this Gengar going for? Is it gonna? I think he said he probably won't win. All right, so we do see Hyper's Follow Me going into effect. It is going to get taunted though, which means that is the last time we are seeing Follow Me for a little while. Gengar is going to set up that Parasol. That means that unfortunately Cosmic is on the timer. To be fair, so is Hyper, but Hyper is a significantly better place, and with the different amount of protects and redirect options, Cosmic is going to have to get some obscenely good damage here. With Maushold being a Super Fang only user on this team, it's really not looking great. We need to see Gengar go down this turn, a swap into Incineroar into Super Fang, or this is probably going to be the end of it. Alright, so let's see what we got. Yep. Step 1 of any Perish Trap is Gengar getting that Protect off. The Super Fang into the Maushold is definitely a shocking choice. Super Fang also taking half of Incineroar's health, and unfortunately the Assurance has to be sent into the Gengar, but does not make contact. Perish counters are down to 2. Cosmic Attack can't win as soon as the double prot swap prot. Yeah. Is that true? Do I believe that? Not sure I believe that. Not sure I believe that. They're gonna go down to 1 here, but they could take knockout. Well, it doesn't matter now. Assurance is crazy tech. That is true. That is true. Unfortunately, it really is not going to matter in this position because now with the Intimidate down as well as everything else, Incineroar is not going to be able to fish out enough damage to secure it. Oh, and that Super Fang doing a miss really is unfortunate. Unfortunately, with Maushold, Incineroar, and Maushold all set to Perish next turn, that is going to seal it up for round 1. Going to Hyper. Congratulations, Hyper. And with that, guys, we are going to wrap up round 1. So, let me look at the timer real fast. Oh, that's perfect timing. All right. So we are going to get round 2 going in just a minute. You may be sleeping on the couch tonight. Yeah, I can imagine. Cosmic, tell me how that makes you feel. Let me know what the homie has done. And we're back, everybody. Welcome back. Alrighty, so I just got done dropping the inactive players. Good luck, everybody, in round 2, and I will catch you guys on the other side of it. Fingers crossed everything works this time. Fingers crossed. All right, and I think we are set to swap over. Let's do it. And thank you so much, everybody, for bearing with me. We're learning things as we go, and I hope you guys are having fun and keeping yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated in spite of it. Alrighty. So Raleigh is rocking a typical Sun team with a little bit of spice, not in the Pokemon, but in the move choice. Whereas Oliver is bringing a pretty consistent Trick Room team, but it's got rain and it's got options. So, looking at their teams real fast, we're gonna see that Ollie is got Trick Room on the Hatterene, as well as some spread attacks, but no protect. This is the thing that I noticed early on that I wanted to point out, but I didn't want to say anything just yet, because I didn't want to say, oh, we got a whole bunch of Trick Rooms. This Hatterene has Bright Powder. So every move that is not perfectly accurate and never misses has a chance to miss against this Hatterene. So I'm excited to see how it goes. All right, guys. With that being said, it is time to kick things off. So we're gonna see Incineroar in that Hatterene I was telling you about face off against Incineroar Charizard. Charizard does have a pretty safe opportunity to set up in front of this and just start swinging, but it could get faked out, as well as not respecting that Hatterene could allow Trick Room to go up, and then it would become the slowest on the field. In the meantime, though, Incineroar does also have the opportunity to fake out the Hatterene on their side, as there is no protect available. So, they have no method of stopping a fake out other than being the faster fake out into the Incineroar. So let's play the minigame. Who does the Incineroar fake out? It is Hatterene! And then let's play again. It's Incineroar! All right, the minigame has ended. Both Incineroars aren't doing anything, and Hatterene didn't get to do Trick Room. Thank you, everybody, for coming to this version of Who Did the Incineroar Fake Out? We'll probably be back to it in a few minutes. All right, so in this position, we now know that Charizard can easily take half without the Sun from Hatterene. So now, Charizard absolutely sees a kill if it does it one more time. Meanwhile, the Incineroars both are threatening not super effective damage across the board, except to the Hatterene. And so, well, no, even then it's not super effective. The Hatterene is not going to get a chance to find out about that, as it gets knocked out by that second heat wave, and Incineroar is taken below half. The Citrus Berry does bring it back above half, but the question is, what is it going to do in the meantime other than shut down the other Incineroar? Looks like the answer is... Oh! What? Oh, he blocked Parting Shot. I misunderstood. Forgot, Parting Shot is a sound-based move, so when you use Throat Chop, that denies the other Incineroar from the ability to use it, because it turns off sound-based moves. We are going to see the Pelipper shut off the Sun, and that is going to put Oliver back in the driver's seat. Question is, can it take a knockout or do some meaningful damage against the double fire types it's against? Or is there going to be some way for them to get out and back in, resetting the Sun? Let's see what we got. All right, we do see exactly that. Charizard does make the switch out to Venusaur. Now the question is, did Oliver go for Hurricane or Weather Bell? We are going to see the Araquanid take full advantage of this rain, but it is going to start out by taking a Parting Shot into the Pelipper. Pelipper is now looking at -1 for its attacks. Does it see any benefit here? This Araquanid is perfectly placed to threaten the Venusaur. It's even in the Sun. Now, 100 base power Fire Weather Ball, although it is not got stabbed, is going to do at least a little bit of damage to Charizard. Araquanid would have loved to tear apart this Venusaur, but unfortunately, this Venusaur is now very fast, as Venusaur has Chloroform, doubling its speed in the sun, and there is all sorts of shenaniganry that can entail. Venusaur could be hitting a neutral energy ball, it could be doing solar beams, it could also be ripping a sleep powder into either slot. The question here is, what does Venusaur go for? It's the fastest on the field currently. Wide Guard is going to protect. I love Wide Guard, however. It is going to protect in case there are any heat waves that come across, but Venusaur Sleep Powder is going to put that Araquanid to bed. You know, I just noticed that Araquanid can't close its eyes. Anyway, Charizard is going to rip that heat wave into that Wide Guard. So a whole lot of nothing happened except Araquanid took a fat nap. And that was the whole turn. Let's see if this turn has a little bit more action. That is the biggest danger, though, with Pelipper, is it can continue to sit here and rip Wide Guard after Wide Guard and shut down a Charizard that does not have the moves for it. The good news is, for Raleigh, that his Charizard has Air Slash and Weather Ball, giving him single target options to get around this Heat Wave, or to get around this Wide Guard. Venusaur is going to rip an Energy Ball into that Pelipper, taking over half, and the Charizard is then going to probably... No! Araquanid is bulky, and it's known for its bulk, and it is going to ignore what would be a normally lethal attack, as a Fire Weather Ball is going to take most of Venusaur's health in the meantime. Araquanid, unfortunately, is going to spend its second turn asleep. Charizard is still well placed to do very dangerous amounts of damage to both Pokemon on the field, but both resistant. Venusaur, on the other hand, could probably take down either Pokemon with a well-placed Energy Ball at this point. Araquanid is struggling to get that wake up, but it is guaranteed now, as on turn 3, Sleep always wakes up. But we're not going to see that because Pelipper is going to get out to safely set up the Rain Lane. And we are going to see an Incineroar do a meaningless Intimidate to both sides. But Araquanid does wake up, and it does get the Protect, meaning that Araquanid is not out of this game. We are going to see Venusaur rip an Energy Ball for about a quarter into Incineroar, dropping its special defense, which is relevant, and then the Air Slash, unfortunately, is not going to secure the kill on Araquanid. But Incineroar is now threatening a space to get back into this game. It either swaps back out to Pelipper, getting rid of the advantage with the Weather Wars, or it can risk a Fake Out into one of the slots, essentially locking them out of a move. So Charizard is not ripping any moves this turn. Energy Ball is, unfortunately, though, going to take the Araquanid knockout. This isn't horrible news, though, for Oliver, as Pelipper does get to come back in, and the sun is just recently faded. So Venusaur is no longer getting to benefit from that high-speed chlorophyll ability. Tragic part there being Pelipper and Incineroar don't really have the damage to swing this out. Incineroar can't really take down a Venusaur inside the rain. It might be able to kill with Flare Blitz here, but I doubt it. Whereas Pelipper does have the lethal damage with Weather Ball, but Charizard is more likely to get out and swap out than any other Pokemon. Venusaur is the first to go, however. Incineroar coming in, getting that Intimidate down on the opposing Venusaur. Very useful, very important. And Charizard is going to protect so that it doesn't have to worry about any of the target downs right now. Pelipper is going to rip that Hurricane into the Venusaur slot, doing meaningful damage to the Incineroar, and getting a very necessary confusion. And a Flare Blitz into the Incin is going to lock it below half. This should be a, yep, this is a Citrus Berry moment after the crit, which is going to bring Incineroar just over half, although it is confused. We are looking at an Incineroar who does have Fake Out online, but it does have to risk losing its entire turn to a confusion moment. Meanwhile, both the Incin and Pelipper on Oliver's sides, very weak, very much having to deal with the fact that Charizard could rip a Heat Wave that could put them both in lethal range. But they do have dangerous lethal damage on both the Pokemon on field. We finally see the fourth member of Raleigh's team in Garchomp. Incin is not phased by the confusion and does get the Fake Out down onto the Pelipper, but a parting shot into the Garchomp is going to negate stats right out the gate. Instin's not going to swap out, however, because there's nothing else to swap into. And now we have a very interesting situation. We have a Garchomp that is -1, but absolutely has lethal with Rock Slide. If it has it, it does. On both Pokemon on field. So now the question becomes, does Garchomp connect with both? And it does, and that seals game 1. There we go. I was a little worried that it was going to miss something, and then we were going to have to see what happened after that. But that is going to be a clean match end. So congrats to Raleigh. Having the Garchomp hidden in the back for so long was a very well done choice. I definitely think that I would not have done that. I probably would have ripped the Garchomp sooner because I am impatient. All right, let's let them get into their second game, and let's see what happens. In the meantime, I hope you guys keep yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. Drink some water. It's safe for human consumption. Or something safe for human consumption. I can't speak. Words are hard. Alrighty. By the way, I just wanted to point out that we had 20 people sign up for this, and that filled up in like 5 days. 20 people in 5 days. You guys are an awesome community. Y'all are so cool. I'm so lucky to have such an awesome locals community and stream community. All right, so let's get into this game 2 scenario where we see Dr. Raleigh probably leading out with similar leads, but could swap it up. And then Oliver's got to figure out a way around this sun spam. Let's see what we get. The giddy old man Dr. Raleigh versus Ultra Trainer Oliver. Oliver's going to send out Incineroar and Pelipper. A very passive but great way to threaten some meaningful weather effect. This is going to force Charizard to immediately deal with it, though. If Charizard doesn't want to play in the rain, it's going to have to Mega Evolve pretty quick. Both Incineroars do have Fake Out online. The question is, what are the Incineroars faking out into? It's time to play our favorite game. Who is that Fake Out? No, I don't like that. I wanted to do something goofy there, but I'm not sure what it is. We're going to see Pelipper ripping a helping hand into the Incineroar. What is Incineroar going to do? Is it going? Well, that one crit the Fake Out. This one's also going to do Fake Out. It did not feel like it did a meaningful enough damage for it to be considered helping hand boosted. But here we are, I guess. And we are going to see... Not sure, actually, here. Charizard could Mega Evolve and start on the offense, although it doesn't really have great targets to be ripping some of its attacks into. Pelipper is fantastically positioned as seeing 3 fire types on the field, but it's the first one to swap out. As Pelipper is going to let Arcaludon take advantage of this rain, the question there being, does Incineroar... It does not! Incineroar does not live the Weather Ball from the Charizard, threatening an absolutely dangerous position where something has to come in alongside this Arcaludon, and you don't want it to be Pelipper because then it will lose out on the Weather War when it tries to come back. Meanwhile, Arcaludon staying relatively healthy. It is Throat Chop, but most Arcaludon don't run a sound-based move anyway. All right. We are going to see that Pelipper come back into the fray. Now, this could be both a good and bad thing because this does threaten immediate answers, but simultaneously, Charizard could Mega Evolve right now and flip the weather. Question being is, does Pelipper have an answer for it if it does? It does have Wide Guard and Tailwind, which allows it to redirect or negate the potential Heat Wave spam coming. If it goes for that, though, Arcaludon's not going to be able to do a one-turn Electro Shot. So let's see what he clicked and said. All right, we do see that Wide Guard blocking the and protecting the Arcaludon from what is likely going to be Heat Wave. It is. So that is both sides negated. The question now becomes, what is Incineroar clicking and what is Arcaludon clicking? Let's hope it's not Ooh, that is unfortunately Electro Shot, which means that it has to spend the next turn setting this back up and firing this off. And now Charizard has every every opportunity to protect and negate the damage, given it is super effective in the Charizard, and it would have been shocking for it to have gone into the other slot. We do see Venusaur hit the field now to benefit from that sun boosting. And although the parting shot did return Archaludon back to neutral, it does still have that Electro Shot on deck. So let's see, does it go into the Charizard? Or does it swap out? Well, it can't swap out, so yeah. Is it going into the Charizard, or is it bouncing off the Venusaur? Meanwhile, we don't know the fourth Pokemon of Oliver's team, and it could be something that can safely let Pelipper swap out. Unfortunately, we're never going to see that Electro Shot, as Venusaur puts Archaludon straight to the Night-Night box, and Charizard rips a nasty Heat Wave into both sides, taking Archaludon deep into the yellow, and Pelipper pretty confidently at a third. It is going to do stamina, but stamina is unfortunately not going to provide a whole lot of value to this Archaludon. A Focus Sashed Venusaur, however, is going to hold on through that 30% mischance Hurricane. And now the question becomes, what is Oliver going to do to try and reset the tempo here? Archaludon might wake up next turn, it might not, so Protect is a gamble. In addition to that, Pelipper really needs to get on and off the field or live through the sun somehow. And Wide Guard is one step to doing that, as we definitely want to see we definitely want and expect to see Charizard going for that Heat Wave. The Energy Ball does put it down, but Heat Wave is going to be deflected for at least one more turn. Now let's see what we got. Oh, Archaludon does stay asleep. This means that Archaludon now has to duke it out without any more rain for the rest of this game. And we don't know who the partner is. Meganium. So now we're in an interesting position, because this Meganium, although it does take super effective damage from Heat Wave, does probably still have Mega Evolution on deck and can rip some pretty nasty return damage. Let me see here real fast. Boom. Raleigh is threatening with a Sludge Bomb. However, it is slower than the Mega Meganium. Well, no, not in Chloroform, or not in Chlorophyll range. Chloroform, oh no, not in Chlorophyll range. Mega Meganium, the question now becomes, does it survive a Sun Boosted Heat Wave? Or do they attempt to stall it out? Problem there being, if they do that, they have to roll the dice. Well, no, because Archaludon will for sure wake up this turn. Meganium protects. Does Archaludon also protect? Does not. The Sludge Bomb goes stray into the Meganium protect. Although we are going to see Archaludon go down to this Heat Wave if it connects, and it does. So that is Archaludon down. That does unfortunately leave just Meganium to try and solve this 1 versus 4 problem. And I don't think it has it in it. We shall see. Does Oliver stick it out and try to clean up both sides with a Dazzling Gleam and then go from there? It is going to start with Mega Evolution, so we're not out of this just yet. Refresh this page. We do... Ooh, unfortunately, that Sludge Bomb is more than enough to secure the end of this game. And that is going to lock up the set for Raleigh, winning 2-0 into round 2. Very well done. We've also seen Mama Fitzy, Buttery, and Slime Schlatt lock up their games. Very good job to both Raleigh and Oliver. You guys did amazing. And good luck into your next rounds. All right. All right, eh? Let's see, what is... Blackstad and Khaleesi have not reported anything. Oh, it just reported, never mind. Like, the moment I clicked on it, it reported. Okay, so we are looking at One Scoop and Cosmic is still going on. There's 4 games still going on. So let's, ooh, okay, this game looks like they're going into game 3, so maybe we get to see one more game. Let me see if I can sneak into the room in time. That sounds bad. You know what I meant. You guys know what I meant. Let me click these buttons real fast. There we go. Oh, I see the problem with the judge stuff, by the way. There's a little button that says send notifications. And it could have popped up, but it didn't. I clicked it now, though. We're good. You did amazing, son. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of both of you. All right. Can we get into this game in session? Curious to see where they're at. Because I think they just started. Nope. They are very comfortably in the end game. You know what? Let's see it just for funsies. I've been curious to see what this Mega Golurk was doing in the game. What's your strategy? Heat Wave! You did more damage with Venusaur than you did Heat Wave. Okay, so as we queue into what I believe is game 3 of this set, we see a full health Mega Floette with no boosts, taking on a double defense dropped Mega Golurk and an attack dropped Frigoraph, both at half health. But it is a 1v4. Make that a 1v2 as Mega Floette is not out of this thing. One Scoop has not even exposed their 4th Pokemon yet. But the question now becomes, can Bo-Katan and Phil answer this Floette? All right, well, it looks like although we came in at the end of the game, there's still a game here. All this Floette's got to do is rip 2 Dazzling Gleams. What the? Anybody else see that glitch? Why is there a Garchomp on screen? Guys, what the dog doing? Where'd that Garchomp come from? Who is he? All right, that is a coaching into the Incineroar during the Protect round, which means they've made great use of that guaranteed Protect that the Floette had no reason not to do. And now we are looking at a +1 attack and defense Incineroar. Dire Claw is going to do some great damage. Does it get the effect? It does! Paralysis is massive. That is going to make Phil faster, and that is going to seal up the set. Good game there at the end. That was an interesting puzzle to watch get answered. But, you know, fair enough. Sometimes people have the answer, and sometimes they don't. Very well done, both of you guys, and we will jump back and see how the rest of the games are going. Alrighty, let's see what we got. Did it do it? Yeah, I did. I'm just dumb. I'm impatient. Better answer. All right, so Hyper and Lily are still playing. Dewam and Awoken and Munchy Munkslax and Brokey Oki. I can't say that fast. My mouth doesn't work that way. Hyperrun or Hyperlink, Hyperrun, whatever. And Lily look like they're still in game 2, whereas Dewam and Awoken are into their 3rd game. So we're gonna go ahead and take this time to go ahead and run that ad break while they finish up their matches. That way we can roll straight into round 3 on this next one. Fingers crossed, we're still, well, I'm learning I really like, oh, I'm sorry, Cosmic. I'm sorry to hear that you're not enjoying it. I did like to see the end of you guys' set, though. It was really interesting. Like to see that it go from a 1v4 to an almost winnable state for that Mega Floette. Tucker! Good to see you, bud. How you doing? All right, guys. Although, you know, I was gonna joke about it, but you guys are the last ones, so, your Heat Wave was missing a bit too much. It do be like that. No worries, though. All right, Heat Wave IRL. We'll never play Delph. I'm livid. Oof. Oof. All right, I'm just gonna, you guys are the last ones playing, so I'm just gonna watch your game. Half of tonight's stream is just gonna be watching Funny Man do Perish Trap. Guys, this is now where I let it slip that Hyperlink is actually Wolf Glick. So here we go. Set up for grabs, see it alone. Those are words. I'm not sure what you're saying. Sets up for grabs to get a loan. Those are words. Anyway, let's go ahead and hop into this game 3 of their set. All right, so it looks like first turn just happened. We see Mousehold and Floette versus King Gambit and Bubble Bass, the Basque Legion. Mousehold looks like it took some damage, and it looks like that's about it. There might have been some protects. My set's goofy. True. You almost brought your Parastrap team to pretty first and widely out of like 300 people. Nice. Nice. I tell if your teams are bad or I am. My answer is me. It's always me. I made it to Master Ball tier, and then my brain immediately turned off, and I've stopped being able to do good gameplay. The irony is I am streaming in a tournament tomorrow that is like 7 rounds of Swiss. And so it's going to be interesting as you guys get to watch how bad I am at this game. But King Gambit takes the Super Fang into the Moonblast kill, which does knock it out. Now the question being, does Liquidation secure the... Doesn't even do half. Man, it truly is a sad day to be a Basque Legion. We do see Delphox enter the field, and it is threatening some pretty considerable damage. This being the only, well, no, there is also Floette. This is one of the 2 potential Mega Evolutions on the team. Does it show up this time? Wait, is Scraw this weekend? I have no clue what Scraw is, but I'm playing in a separate tournament. It's just a creator cup, like the Blazy Bard Bash or something. I don't know what it was. Scraw's next weekend. Scraw's April 5th. Gotcha. Sure, I know what that is. Made some changes to your Dragapult deck. Interesting. Is the changes adding Blaziken? Because I've heard that is the best thing right now. We are going to see this Delphox go Mega though, and absolutely set up a presence. For those of you guys who don't know, Mega Delphox gets Levitate as its ability, which is interesting to say the least. Mousehold is going to do a Follow Me. However, I have a sneaking suspicion that this is about to be a Heat Wave. It is. And Mousehold avoids the attack. So this is going straight into Floette, knocking it below half. And it is going to get to heal off a bunch, though, from the Basque Legion through Draining Kiss. The question being, does... Oh, nope. Liquidation goes high, can't speak today, into the Mousehold because of the Follow Me. So, yeah. Go Rogue, King Rogue. I was just bad at my other hobby than Crash Out Girl. Nah, I'm just bad at all my hobbies. Lucario, good yet in TCG? Absolutely. It is a very, very simple to learn, very good deck. So it's a 2 disc off, no 1 the other. It's really funny to watch, by the way, because Hyperlink and Volcarona both know each other, so they're in match chat, like, messaging each other each turn, and they're just both screaming at everything that's happening. All right, let's keep watching what's going. So we are going to see the Delphox swap out for now. And we're going to see Sneasler hit the field, as well as a Protect for the Basque Legion. Does the Basque Legion get doubled into? No! The Sneasler does take a Fake Out to the face, but the Moonblast goes awry. That's the word I was looking for. Into the Basque Legion's Protect. Sneasler does have Fake Out on deck, and probably lethal against Floette, depending on how it's trained. Basque Legion, while probably incredibly fast on the field, is missing its Protect. So let's see what we got. Nice. And yep, oh my goodness, that Dire Claw barely misses out on the kill. So Floette is going to get that Moonblast into the Basque Legion, which does get the kill. And that is unfortunately going to put Lily really far behind. And that is going to result in Sneasler also surviving. Both of those I did not expect. So Delphox does get to come back on the field and is the fastest thing by a mile. But with Floette and Sneasler so low, either one is probably going to try and protect out this turn. Does Delphox have an answer for the Incineroar, who is threatening probably with Darkest Lariat? It does not, it has Heat Wave and Psychic, so that is not really threatening this Incineroar. This Incineroar does not, however, have a Dark type move. It only has Fake Out Flare Blitz. Oh, okay, so that is a protect on both sides of Lily's team. And that's 3 prots. And a Draining Kiss that goes high. Why do I keep saying goes high? Goes super high. I am struggling today. Charizard in the recruit branch. Yes, it's actually what you can choose it out of the first 10 that you get scripted. Guardians, not from that. Yep. Never mind, except Floette is in the range. Yep. Yeah, true. All right, we are going to see Incineroar get swapped out for Politoed, which is going to set up the raid. The question is, did Heat Wave get clicked? Yes, it did. So that's going to half the damage here to almost nothing for Politoed, but that is it for the 2 damage that Floette needed to get knocked out. So Mega Floette is off the table for the rest of this match. And a pretty nasty close combat is going to put the Politoed into the yellow, although that is going to set up or that is going to drop the defense, special defense. It's going to be immediately negated by the White Orb, setting up Unburden. This means that Sneasler is far and away the fastest thing on the field, next to nothing, except for maybe a Choice Scarf Dragapult. So now we play a really different game, which is Incineroar's threatening Fake Out on Sneasler. Delphox can no longer do its strongest damage method, and although it's the fastest, it dies to a Fake Out. Sure enough, we are going to see that protect, ensure that the Fake Out does not go into the Sneasler slot, which it did. Have to check that anyway. Schmooch. And a Psychic from Delphox is going to put Politoed deep into the red, but it is not going to clean it up, and Politoed gets to set up the Perish Song, which puts Lily on the 3-turn timer. Oh no! Now Lily has to stare at 2 Pokemon, both that plan to stay in, but both that plan to wait it out with protects. Wait a minute. These are the last 2 Pokemon on both sides. This is going to come down to a speed race. They have to race down to the bottom. So the question here now becomes, who dies last? And the current answer is Politoed. Or no, it's Incineroar, actually, right? Is it Incineroar? Should be. That means that Lily has to kill off Politoed and Incineroar in the next 3 turns. Does it have a method of doing so? All right, we are going to see the double protect happen this turn, which means it's next turn that they're going to get a chance to do anything here. Yeah, slowest Mon wins. I had to think about what was the slowest Mon. So now we come down to the question of, can they survive 2 turns in the rain? Politoed absolutely goes down to a CC or a Psychic, but do they have the answers to deal with the Incineroar, who just has to survive 1 more turn? The best case scenario here is that Politoed dies to Psychic and Incineroar dies to a close combat, which might not even get the kill normally without a crit. Meanwhile, Lily just loses in 1 turn. You see the Dire Claw into Incineroar. That is unfortunately not going to get anywhere near enough damage. And the Psychic into Politoed does get the kill, but it doesn't matter because that means we are going to see a scenario where Incineroar is just going to neg damage and then protect next turn. Yeah, Heat Wave do be like that. Unfortunately, this does mean that Incineroar would have won with the protect, but it does not come to that. GG to both Lily and Hyperlink. Very well done. I do believe that means all games are reported. Maybe. Looks like it. All right. Cool. Let's get the next game going. End of round. And let's go straight into round 3. Let's get it. Boom! Round 3 has begun. Love Mega Fox, but Heatwave loves to miss for fun. I love that Parrish is a guaranteed kill. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. We've got Schleim and Dr. Raleigh, as well as Awoken and Scarlet all playing, and Hyper all playing for that undefeated slot. This time, I'm gonna ask, who's somebody who hasn't been shown on stream yet? Let's go with Awoken and Scarlet. They are the second table currently. And yeah, that'll get us going right into the next game. 1 second. All right. That song was too chill. It was too chill for the start of a new round. Just don't mind. Oh man. Alrighty. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves, by the way. Everybody that's watching or playing. Just as a reminder, I hope you guys are all having a blast and keeping yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. This is just a tournament for our community, both my in-person locals community and my streaming community. If you guys are enjoying this and would like to do more of these in the future, please tell me so. I respond to feedback. I like feedback. Oh, the date changed, which means I have to rejoin the game. Because the game at 8 p.m. EST is when the game normally ticks over. What was I saying? Oh, right. I do not know if you guys enjoy these things or not. And I would greatly appreciate anybody having any form of feedback on them so that I know what to do in the future. All right, give you better matchups. I'll get right on it. Brokioki, I'm trying my best. All right, we are just waiting on their round to get going, and then we can hop back into the stream. Maybe. 8 p.m. kick is on purpose. Why does it do that? Because this game, it's not a kick. It is a new day. So the game resets each day. It refreshes all the links and all that. That's all it is. You know how games have daily resets? Theirs is just at 8 p.m. No, it's way different. Time in Japan. It's 9 a.m. So think about that during a workday. If there was a time where you would want software stuff to occur, you would want it to be in the middle of the workday. And so 9 a.m. is a good time for that. Prepare to see my reverse reads. You probably do. They probably just do them late at night. TCG Live actually does do daily updates. They just track them without interrupting game states, and they refresh at the end of every game. That's why you can get new challenges every 24 hours. All right, their game just booted up. Let's get it going. Well, I said that. I could have waited like 5 more seconds. All right, All right, so we are seeing Ursa Queen, aka Scarlet, bringing a pretty solid balanced team here. The Guardy does rock Trick Room though. So while we see both Aerodactyl with Tailwind and Guardy with Trick Room, they could go either direction. It is taking on a much more, not slow, but Trick Room sided team in Awoken, who does have the Tailwind on Aerodactyl and the Trick Room on Sinistra, but also has the slower Blastoise and Sylveon to better benefit in that slower environment. So let's see what happens. Oh, I love the color scheming of Scarlet's character. All right, so we do see Awoken send out the Sneasler and Garchomp for lead versus the Aerodactyl and Garchomp for lead. This is an important interaction because although Sneasler does have Fake Out priority here, Aerodactyl is one dual wing beat away from deleting a Sneasler, no matter what item it's running. And that could be a very dangerous place for the Sneasler. Meanwhile, we see two Garchomps on the field, both staring each other down. Are both Choice Scarfed? I think so. No. Scarlet's is not Choice Scarfed. It is actually Mental Herb. So we're going to see a situation where Scarlet's is always slower, but can shrug off some of the effects that the other one can't, like Encore. So that's a whole lot of protecting. Pretty average answer to staring down Fake Out, I would expect. Now the question is, does Awoken's Garchomp rip another Rock Slide? Fishing both for flinch and super effective damage against the Aerodactyl, and a damage into Sneasler, knowing that Sneasler potentially could go down at any point to that dual wing beat, or do they swap it up? Let us see. I'm excited. Alright, so yep, they do protect that Sneasler for a future Fake Out. Seeing Sylveon come in, potentially eating that dual wing beat. But Aerodactyl is going to go deep into the yellow to try and get that. Question is, does Aerodactyl go for it? It does go for Tailwind, meaning it is going to be one of the fastest things on the field after this turn. And unfortunately, Garchomp with on Scarlet's side does not get a chance to move. Oh my goodness! Raleigh! Why are you out here gifting subs and not playing your game? What the heck? Thank you so much, Dr. Raleigh, for the 5 gifted subs to Cosmic, Buttery, Oliver, Silent, and Pneumatic SSB. You are awesome, not because of your subs, because of all of the appreciation I have for you, how cool of a person you are, and how much you support the channel. This is an awesome event. Oh, thank you. Yeah, indeed, Fake. I agree. W. Sylveon is flinched by the Rock Slide, and now we are looking at a situation where everything is damaged and probably within lethal ranges of each other. Aerodactyl probably has lethal on this Garchomp. Garchomp probably has lethal on the Aerodactyl. Sylveon threatening lethal on both. But Aerodactyl is the fastest thing on the field, so this is going to be interesting. Also, thank you so much, Raleigh, for starting up the hype train. If anybody wants to, I don't want to say participate because that sounds bad. A detect from Sylveon. But it does get you guys emotes if you participate. That's the word I was going to go with. Anyway, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Anyway, another Rock Slide doesn't kill Garchomp. Garchomp holds on with a thought and a prayer. And it's going to return the favor, but somebody's not. Oh, that was Scarlet's Garchomp. I wish it would say which person's it was in that scenario, right? Because I didn't know which side it was going to be. But that does mean that Scarlet is going to lock up the Garchomp and negate it from being able to really threaten any more damage on this Aerodactyl. That is going to mean that Sneasler comes back into play. This could be a good thing or a bad thing for the Sneasler, because again, it is always one dual wing beat from death. But it could threaten a knockout on Aerodactyl faster than it can because of Fake Out priority. A Fake Out from the Sneasler into the Aerodactyl means that Sylveon can safely rip a Hyper Voice into both targets and potentially take a double. But we don't even see that. We see Blastoise enter the field and Aerodactyl protect itself. The question is, did Garchomp also protect itself? It did! So we are going to see a Sylveon Hyper Voice into the Aether for the most part. And Blastoise got to switch in for pretty free. Tailwind is now gone, although I don't think Awoken's side is really going to care all that much given the amount of bulk that has been placed on the field. Both Blastoise and Sylveon easily shrugging off anything Garchomp and Aerodactyl go for, but very susceptible to both the flinches and the tailwinds. Curious to see what they're going to go with here. Alright, I think Awoken is going to build into the vibrating. Is going to build into this Mega, probably going for a Shell Smash to try and get just an absolute sweeper going. Quick Attack does not kill the Aerodactyl, and it does get to set up Tailwind. And Garchomp does get Earthquake down. Does that do much meaningful damage to both? It does put Sylveon halfway to red, but Blastoise is going to sacrifice those stats for the Shell Smash, opting for an aggressive play. For those of you guys who don't know, Shell Smash gives up 1 point of defense and special defense, 1 tier, for 2 tiers of attack, special attack, and speed. It is probably, no, it's not. I was gonna say it would be the fastest thing on the field, but unfortunately Aerodactyl did just Tailwind. So this Blastoise does not have priority or an answer for what is faster, and probably threatening it with something as simple as Quick Attack, but it doesn't matter, because Sylveon is going to clean up the Aerodactyl before it gets a chance to benefit from that. And Garchomp isn't going to be able to probably do lethal damage back to Blastoise. Blastoise is going to be able to get an attack off here, and it is going to be Dark Pulse, a neutral attack, but more than enough to seal up Garchomp once you have +2 to every stat. So now we are going to see Sneasler and Blastoise on Awoken's side, taking on whatever's the 2 in the back for Scarlet. It is a 2 against 2 game. Gardevoir and Basculegion. Now, of note, this Basculegion is Choice Scarf, which means it is easily the fastest thing on the field. It is both in Tailwind and Scarf. Thank you guys again so much for the hype train. That was wonderful and very appreciated. So this Blastoise is in a very rough spot. It's got to decide when it's going to get its attacks and when it's not. It's threatening lethal on both Pokemon now. So if it gets the chance to attack, it's going to take a knockout. Tailwind is up for 2 more turns, so it's got to figure out a way to navigate that. Step 1 could be dealing with it via Fake Out. Step 2 could be Protect. Question is now, who gets attacked? This Gardevoir does not have Dazzling Gleam, but it does have Hyper Voice. And with Pixelate, that is the best spread move. But the critical hit Fake Out means that it's not moving this turn. But the Last Respects is going to take the kill. This puts Sneasler as the fastest but frailest figure on the field. And if I remember correctly, this Sneasler is not Focus Sash. No, it is White Herb, which means a single lethal hit here is enough to lock it up. Basculegion probably absolutely threatening an Oko here, but does it matter if it can kill the Guardian time? Ah, there we go. There's the answer. I didn't think about it. Yeah, Basculegion's Choice Scarf and the crit probably doesn't matter in that instance. At 150 base power, most things aren't surviving at Last Respects. That means that game 1 goes to Scarlet. Very well done, Scarlet. All right, I'm going to check up on everything while they get game 2 going. In the meantime, hope everybody's keeping themselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. You guys are enjoying yourselves, hanging out, vibing, thriving, the whole 9 yards. All right, let's jump straight into game 2. All right. So the question here is, does Awoken have a change in the lineup to deal with both the slow and fast options that Scarlet presented? Having both Trick Room and Tailwind on the team simultaneously is a pretty dangerous threat, and answering it is also not that easy. All right. So let's see, with 20 people in the event, let me see here. Let me do some quick maths. Yeah, so we're going to be looking at 5 rounds, and we will know our top 4 almost certainly by the start of round 5. There may be the 4th position may be changed based on the results of round 5. All right, here we go. As we go into game 2, we're going to see Ryan send out Dwayne and Sylveon. The Aerodactyl and Sylveon are hitting the field at the same time as the Gardevoir and the Basculegion. All right, so let's see what we got here. Is Guardy going to go straight into the Mega Evolution? Well, it has no reason not to, right? You are so bad. No, you're not. Everybody's got to learn at some point. Everybody's just got to pick it up and start somehow. Alrighty. Alright, so we are going to see Basculegion swapping out for King Gambit. While Guardy is going to hit that Mega, as expected. With it being the only Mega on the field, there's no reason for it to really go for anything else. Woo! That critical hit on the King Gambit absolutely trouncing it and putting them both deep into lethal territory for probably another Rock Slide. Okay, 1 second. Alright, so we're going to see a Tailwind getting set up in front of that Protect. Sylveon is going to get to launch that Hyper Voice, but it is going to swing wide into Gardevoir and take that Gambit out. So the question now being, was Gambit the sacrifice necessary to get Basculegion online? Or do we have something in the background that can benefit from it? Staring down Tailwind, we are going to need to see this Aerodactyl set up its own Tailwind, or it's going to be very difficult for it to function, as it's probably the third fastest thing on the field right now. Well, first it's going to start by protecting to slow down those things. One minute. All right, we are going to see that Guardy swapping out for, sorry, not swapping out, you know what I mean. Getting swapped out after the knockout for Basculegion. However, Basculegion is in that perfect place it loves to be. It is one Tailwind away from clicking Last Respects at 150 base power. And a Detect from Sylveon means it's not nearly as threatened as it could have been. A Rock Slide could flinch it, but if it doesn't, it's taking Aerodactyl with it. Aerodactyl on Scarlet's side does get the flinch, or does get the Tailwind, and Last Respect, unfortunately, goes into the Protect. That being said, Basculegion is probably the fastest thing on the field now. Let me check. Scarlet's Basculegion is Choice Scarf. So that means that this is the fastest thing easily on the field. Anything that doesn't protect from this Last Respects is absolutely getting knocked out. Speaking of which, Last Respects just absolutely melts that Sylveon, and we see the Tailwind on Awoken's side going down. Now, again, Scarlet is down Amon, but with Tailwind and Last Respects at 150 base power, nobody is really getting to threaten this Basculegion back that it's not sacrificing a Mon every turn. So, question now becomes, what is in the back for Awoken? And does Basculegion keep rocking into Protects? Although in this case, it's not going to matter, as Garchomp didn't protect. The Rock Slide does take out Dwayne the Aerodactyl, and that's probably another knockout Yeah. And there's the knockout into the Garchomp. That means whatever is left has to both deal with a ghost type and a rock type. Rockline. Simultaneously. It is Blastoise, though, who does notably resist both every type that's being thrown at it, minus the ghost and flying, which is, I guess, half the type. So it's not really as many types as I thought it was. But regardless, it's probably going to take a hit or two. So the question now becomes, what is getting Dark Pulsed and what is getting Water Spouted? A Water Spout right now could be very dangerous for locking down the enemy side of the board, but you may want to get that guaranteed kill onto the Basculegion with that Dark Pulse. Rock Slide does go wide! This means that Basculegion does get the last respects, but Blastoise survives! A Dark Pulse guarantees Basculegion dying. So now it comes down to Rock Slide miss. Well, not exactly. Scarlet does have dual wing beat. Does Aerodactyl risk the dual wing beat or the Rock Slide to try and take down this Blastoise? One hit and it's over. And the Rock Slide does connect, giving Scarlet the very clean, very simple win. Good game to the both of them. Very well done, guys, and I hope you have wonderful next rounds. All right, let's get back to talking, get back to chatting, get back to seeing how you guys are. I can't speak anymore. Brain already mush. Very well done, everybody. That was a really fun set. It really was just pivoting around getting those tailwinds set up and profiting from the Aerodactyls being on the field. All right, so let's check out how all the games are going. We got 3 more still going. Holy RNG, I'm on the verge of crash out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're going to head out. You all have fun. Yellow Redstone, you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Last round has got me dying inside at Delphox, but we still won round. Why does it sound like everybody is just like super miss and flinch, like burned right now? It really do seem like it. I've crashed out like 10 times already. One Scoop Man, you aren't alone. Oh, trust me, I saw some of them in those chats with Hyper. It was an interesting chat log to watch. First 2 games got me scared of flinches. It do be like that. Flinch luck do not be great. All right. Let's see. Who can we jump in and watch? W flinch. W flinch. We do love a W flinch moment. But Hyper's a bud, so I can be annoyed for lulz there. Yeah, that's fair. You W cope. All right, we got 2 games left. DWOM and Butters versus Hyperlink and Munchy Munchlax. Let's go see how DWOM and Buttery are going. I am curious to see how far into their game they're going. I love that I can just log in to like middle of session games. It makes it so interesting that I can just jump from like set to set. Oh, I always click X because I'm so used to clicking X in other like consoles and stuff. Thank you so much for the 50 bits, Raleigh. Very appreciated. You enjoying yourself, Raleigh? Was it worth finally sitting down and joining a competition like I told you it would be? Why is that redeem so loud and long? 'Cause funny? It do be just funny? Way too much. I told you! So I'm gonna see you on Sunday, right? I'm gonna see you on Sunday? You better be there. Predicting an opponent move makes my heart rate hit 250. Me when the homie's heart rate just starts. Oh, so this is interesting. Check this out, guys. So I joined their game, and this is what I see. So we really are a spectator just watching from the sidelines. You catch a flight on Sunday to purely run an RNG team into hyper. That would be funny. You're giving a talk at the UK engineering thing. Oh no, that is so tragic. But what if you didn't? I'm just saying, but what if you didn't? You see, you hit your mom's house on. Okay, fake. Bad. Stop that. All right, there we go. Now we're finally actually getting to see the game. So now we are staring down Mega Floette versus Mega Floette. A Sinistra has died on Butter's side, but DWOM has all Pokemon still up. Floette does survive that Incineroar Flare Blitz and does get to get a Dazzling Gleam off though. Hold on 1 second. Give me oh, I guess you guys can still hear me. Incredibly loud, like beautiful drive by. Okay, that was weird. Like it sounded like a school bus, and I'm like, guys, it's 8:30. There better not be a school bus outside my apartment. We'll hack you, and I will be proud of it. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Anyway, Floette is sitting at a low HP, probably lethal to or dead to anything. So it is going to leave the field before it gets a chance to for anybody to act on that. I think Whimsicott though might be the designated sacrifice here. Although it is really interesting, I didn't even notice that this Mega Floette is behind a substitute. That is a very scary place to be. So we are going to see Mega Floette come back in, probably safely here. The Whimsicott's going to take meaningless damage. But this Dazzling Gleam is probably going to lock up the Floette, and it does! Which means Buttery has to figure out how to win this thing with an Incin and a Whims. Praying on an Incin and a Whim. A Whim and an Incin? I don't know how to say that. Anyway. No burn W. It do be like that. Alright. Oh, wait, competitive? Yikes. That might have spelled the end for Buttery here, as competitive Milotic is not going to have any issues ripping what I'm going to guess is Ice Beams into this Whimsicott and Scalds into this Incineroar. Yep, Ice Beam and Scald. So the question now becomes, is there any way for this Whimsicott to do any meaningful damage against this Milotic? And it only has Moonblast. The answer is no. And that's completely ignoring the fact that behind that tiny little doll, there is the strongest Mega Pokemon in the format. Marcus Lariat is going to go into that Floette slot, however, and it is probably going to get rid of that sub. It does get rid of the sub. All right. Scald from that Milotic, though, is not going to get the kill on Incineroar, and if Incineroar hasn't already burned his Citrus Berry, he doesn't have Citrus Berry, never mind. But that D-Gleam is going to knock out the Whimsicott, eliminating any chance for Buttery to be able to line up a kill, because it can only target one side at a time, and if they double into it, it is absolutely finished. That is unfortunately going to be the answer for Buttery, but a fantastic last few rounds here. We get to watch a really great back and forth. He is going to make him work for it though, as he does land that last Dazzling Gleam, and that's going to finish up their set. All right, let's go check the standings. The pairings. Boop. This music is so spooky. Alrighty. Alright. Yeah. So what? Yeah. Can we kick Hyper to make the rounds 20 minutes short? So fun fact about that: Hyper is gonna leave eventually, and so that means that that it is gonna naturally speed up by way of not having Perish Trap in the bracket anymore. It do be kind of funny. So Guys, wait a minute. Are we all just shadow tagged right now? Is Hyper holding us in shadow tag while Parish counter is ticking down? Is that what's going on right now? Is that what we're experiencing? We're all locked in for every game with Hyper. You're gonna lose to tour to 5th place. Don't bank on that. Just win out. You got this. Speaking of which, let's watch their last game. We already see 2 knockouts down on Kitty's side versus, who's Kitty again? Munchie Munch Life. Versus Gengar and Politoed. That is both Parish Song users on the field at the same time. So now the question comes down to who's clicking it and can they get answered in the next 2 turns? Gengar does rip the protect. So is Politoed clicking it? Primarina is also ripping the protect. Politoed is ripping the protect. Is there already a Parish counter online? I didn't see yet. Is there? Notably, this Garchomp does not have Stomping Tantrum, so this miss does not directly benefit. We are going to see Parish counter going down to 2 turns for most of the board, except for Politoed. So if Politoed doesn't die here, it will mean that Munchlax has no chance to win. So the best answer here would be for Primarina to pick up the kill on Politoed. That is going to be really hard for Prim to do. Yeah, he gets both of them low, but that is going to secure it. Politoed needed to die this turn. And since it doesn't, that's going to be the game. Here where the whole world exists in Judge. Poly dying doesn't win. Oh no, yeah. Poly wins here. Yeah, or Poly dying would be a win here because Primarina is slowest. What score do I need for top cut? Let's see. So there's 20 people, top 4. So that's gonna be at least 3. You need at least 3 wins. 4 and 1 I think is guaranteed. I think 3 is possible. I'm already 1-2, so I don't feel so good to start. I mean, I think the highest 3-2 may sneak in. So 3 is up to resistance. Ready to pair again. Rip. Unfortunately, that is where the cookies crumble. Prim is going to fall, and Politoed is going to be the last one standing on the field. So that is going to lock up our 3rd and final match of round 3. Waiting for them to report, and then we will head to our 4th round. Ooh, do I need to do an ad break? How many rounds? We are looking at 5. So this is the start of round 4 right now. Are you debating sticking around because you're doing good? Yes, Deb. I'm sorry. I told you. I told you. We've been over this. All right. Man, you really wish you could sort your box by base stats. That would be nice, yeah. All right. Is everybody reported? Yep. All right. You think you'll drop here? Okay, so do I drop you or how does that work? Or do you just drop yourself? I don't know. Like if I could sort my slowest first. Hyper, please, bro. I need the resistance. Now you can drop yourself from the player dashboard. Okay, so with all of that resolved, I do believe that means that I can end the round. Yes, possibly. Yep, okay. And we are going to go now into round 4 with a couple of drops. GG though, I didn't think I'd go 3-0 with Parish. You did really good. Don't knock it. You were doing great. Alrighty. We are going to pair into round 3. And let's get it going. Or round 4. Sorry, round 4. That does mean that Artie Farley, you do get that bye from before, as there were 3 drops that round. So we are gonna see some games go off here. I should have done an ad break first. That is my bad, guys. Whoopsies. All right, we may have to do an ad break at a weird time, but oh well. Let's go ahead and check out. Oh, so this is some fun information you guys were asking about. There's only one table that is still 3-0s. So that means that because of how people dropped, the record to get in is gonna come down to way more resistance. The rounds will speed up. That is true. Nah, you were doing a great job though. All right, we're gonna watch the best JSTN and Buckeye Fitzy. I'm gonna message them real fast. All right, ours is champion rank versus top player. This should be cool. And Anakin Skywalker's kid voice. Yippee! Yeah, good luck, everybody. All right. We got 2-9. Win 9. I should stop saying this code out loud. All right. Trying to get dogged on. Yeah, you got this. You got this. Oh, well, I'm noticing that only one of the 2 people is in on this game. Uh-oh. Oh, they're there. Cool. I wanted to make sure. All right. I'm excited to see Buckeye Fitzy. I haven't gotten to see one of their games in a while. They're one of our my local players. Well, kinda local. They live in a nearby city. I will say no more. All right, good luck everybody in your games, and let's get it going. Does make me curious. Let's see, we had 3 people drop, and we had 20. Oh, no, that's 17. Okay, I was gonna say if that dropped us below 17, we could get away with just doing 4 rounds. Do you know which one it is, elder or younger? Buckeye is elder. Buckeye and Mama are elder. I believe the other 2 are also playing. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, so we are one person shy of having this be the last round. But because I have now said that, we're gonna have 5th round no matter what. So we will have top cut by 10 p.m. So help me God. You know, I could have probably just gone ahead and done the ad break at this point. Whoopsies. Oh well. Don't help him, God. 10 p.m. is after bedtime. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Well, if we've got 2 more rounds, we've got 1 hour and 15 minutes, and with you not in the roster, we definitely could get through 2 rounds in 1 hour in 75 minutes. Alrighty. By the way, thank you everybody for coming and like hanging out on the stream and all that. I really, really appreciate it. This is weirdly enough, I think this is like my 2nd or 3rd largest stream ever. Just ever. So that's always really cool to see. So yeah. All right, they have started their game up. So let's get right into it and see what's going on here. It was working though. It was working. You're right. All right, let's get it. Oh, thank you so much, Gurgan Gerbon for the sub with Prime. You are awesome, not because of your sub,
but because you took $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos, and that's the most important thing you could ever do in life.
I'm not saying eat the rich,
but I do say they taste good.
Anyway. All right, let's see what we got here. So we are looking at a multi-weather team here. Both Tyranitar and Charizard threatening different routes versus a interestingly balanced team. There is no weather setter, no direct route, but I believe Buckeye has Tailwind, on the Corviknight. Thank you so much, Gurgabon. The fact that you subbed with Prime before even sending your first chat is wonderful, and I appreciate you as a person. Notice how he says you're awesome only if you sub.
Hyperlink, you're awesome. Hold on. Hyperlink, you're awesome. Volcarona VGC Gaming, you're awesome. The Miner 69er, you are awesome. Hold on, I got it. UYSQT, you're awesome. Gotta find somebody else who isn't subbed. One moment. Bear with me. Yellow Redstone, you are awesome. Awoken, you are awesome. Brokioki98, you are awesome.
There we go. I just needed to let everybody know that they were awesome, irregardless of subs and follows, so that Fake did not get to benefit from that tease moment. I just like sliding Fake sometimes, let's be honest. I need to change your name. Problem is I just did, so I can't change it to it'd be like that. ASMR is awesome. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't at all.
But I could make it awesome.
No, I'm not going to.
But what if I did? What if I talked about the fact that we are booting out Garchomp and Rotom-Wash versus Garchomp and Tyranitar, setting up the sun? 3 of the 4 mods on the field definitely benefit from this sand. The question is, does the Rotom have an answer here, or is it at risk of multiple rock slides happening simultaneously?
These trainers need to spend some VP on some drip. Not yawn hopping into to get angry at people for not looking fly enough. What is happening?
The consequences of your actions are happening.
Anyway, I'm done with that. I'm done. It's making me anxious. Like, everybody else has got like their skin crawling probably from how horrible it sounds, and I'm over here like my back is starting to get like clammy just from doing it. Look, all I'm saying, I'm listening. At least buy a new shirt. Dang. Homie said, yo fit, whack. Yo J's, whack. Your Jordans, creased. All right, Rotom whack. All right, Sheep, I need this VOD once you're done. It'll be up on the Twitch channel. I keep all my VODs live. You know what? Maybe I will. I'll download this one and upload it to YouTube. Stay on me to remind me. But I absolutely will upload this to YouTube. So we do see the Dragon Claw come off from Justin's side, picking up the Oko on the Garchomp. But a Hydro Pump is going to rip the Garchomp for 2/3 of its health. Taking a little bit of buffer from Sandstorm. I didn't even see what Tyranitar did. I was too busy talking to chat. Sorry about that, guys. Go, you can review your sets. All right, just stay on me to remind me to do it, because I have a bad habit of hating how my own voice sounds, and so I never upload my VOD. It's a problem. My fit goated. This Clef got them fake heavy duty boots. These Tims, they ignore entry hazards. Anyway, we see this Venusaur come in alongside the Rotom to probably threaten some good consistent damage against the Tyranitar and the Garchomp, honestly. At least it's neutral against the Garchomp. Also, can I briefly say that I love the like mint green ball? I think it's like the unknown ball or something. Whenever you bring a Pokemon from Hisui, if you look at it on their hip, the mint green ball is for any Pokeball that's not in the game. We are gonna see Buckeye's Venusaur go Mega. And is it going to take this opportunity to rip an Energy Ball? Oh, the Tyranitar is holding a Pasho Berry for just this situation. Oh, sorry about that. And the Hydro Pump is not even going to do over a quarter. Plus the special defense boost from the Sand is definitely helping it. Giga Drain from the Mega into the Lesser isn't going to do much. Sadly. You can get used to it if you do enough editing. Yeah, but I don't like to edit. I mean, I do actually love editing. I really like editing, but I hate listening to my own voice. I've always hated listening to my own voice digitally. I don't know why it bothers me, but it sounds so nasally. The strange ball. Strange ball. My bad. You know, that's what they called me back in college, was the strange ball. Anyway, I'm kidding. That's a joke.
That's a joke. That's a joke. Nobody take that the wrong way.
Hey, Raleigh, just because you were there doesn't mean you can confirm it. Your favorite is Cherish the Premier. Nice. Dream Ball is undefeated. All right, so we are going to see that Leaf Storm absolutely was it Leaf Storm? Was it Leaf Storm? Yeah. Absolutely tear apart that Rotom Wash. Used to hate my voice when I started ever, but I see. Another Giga Drain from Buckeye's side does keep the Mega Venusaur extremely healthy, though. Tyranitar's Rock Slides are going to be uncomfortable feeling, but it stays well above half. That right there, though, brings it to half. All right, so now we are going to see Corviknight come out against an entirely still, mostly standing side of Justin's side. I cannot speak. I am struggling. Anyway. Maybe I should move the sheet. I don't know. I might move it next time because I don't like that during the spectate mode it's in the way of one of the health bars. A Sludge Bomb does go into the Mega Venusaur, but the same goes right back. Passing Sludge Bombs back and forth. But a Dual Wing Beat is going to clean up Justin's Venusaur. It's been on the field long enough and it got swiftly dealt with. The Tyranitar's Rock Slide is going to put Venusaur deep into the red. But it holds on even against the Sandstorm. Venusaur is only going to have one turn left either way unless it gets a Giga Drain off on something. But it is holding on a hope and a prayer right now. The best thing that Justin can do here is double protect. However, Garchomp does not have protect and it is Choice Scarf. So if it needs to go damage, it needs to put damage down on this Venusaur, or Venusaur could just heal up enough to survive from the Sandstorm chip. There is also the very real problem of there is a Corviknight threatening lethal on this Tyranitar right now. Okay, we do see the one protect down on the Tyranitar. Does Corviknight do anything worth? Oh my goodness! The double Rock Slide miss means Venusaur survives. Tyranitar gives up its teammate in the trade, and I think that's the last turn of Sand. The nefarious double protect unfortunately turns into a Rock Slide double miss. This is why we Dragon Claw. All right, well, Charizard is here now, and they have not Mega'd, which means that we are probably going into the sun. The question is, does Venusaur want that? Does Venusaur benefit more from the sun than Justin's team does? Let's see. Oh, I know it's Thick Fat, not Chlorophyll. But still, I mean, Thick Fat, it really doesn't care. True, Heat Wave does double pick up. Question is, oh, yep. Well, that is going to be it, unfortunately, for both. So, that is going to be game one between Buckeye and Justin. Very well done. Weather Ball is the better move. That's amazing. Hey, I don't want to hear it from Parish Trap user number 673 about things not missing. I'm kidding. You're absolutely right, but I know that I would do the same impatient action and just be like, nah, we take the double. There's a reason I like Parish. This is true. Alrighty. Let's keep her going. Check in on the other pairings real fast. Why am I getting work messages on a Friday at 9 p.m.? Come on now. I did actually have to take off today, which, to be fair, I ate something yesterday that gave me food poisoning, and I really do not feel good. Even still right now, I feel very weak, but I just didn't feel great. Oh, there we go. Took a second for the game to get going. But it be like that. I'm glad I'm not sick, because this would be a horrible weekend to be that. Because I am playing in a tournament tomorrow and hosting one on Sunday. I would cry. Just tested loaded dice, scale shot, D-Knight, and I was about to win this scale shot against a 5%. Trick room goes up and strength's out. Oof, trigger coma. Nothing happened. Well, it's good to see one of my coworkers keeping me updated on the events of the day. It's good to see you, Sugar. Was it just kind of a lull day for everybody? No, yeah, I just really felt bad last night. I was unfortunately hugging an appliance and I will not go into more details for the sake of everybody else's stomach, but I was not having a good night. And I'd love to blame it on like adulting actions and like I went out and had fun. Nope. I genuinely think I ate something that was expired and just didn't know it. I would love to have a good reason for it, but unfortunately it was just horrible timing. What tournament? I'm playing in a creator tournament hosted by Blazy Bard tomorrow. They are a British Pokemon content creator. Does that count as an appliance? I mean, a toilet's an appliance. It is something. Is a toilet an appliance? Now I'm curious. Hold on. Is a toilet an appliance? It is a plumbing fixture, not an appliance. My bad. I have desecrated the name of appliances everywhere. That is my apologies. I will be sure in the future to properly identify the objects held within the house. Hey, by the way, guys, we are technically a toilet is a water closet. Interesting. Fun plumbing fact. So, in the meantime, guys, we are watching Pokemon happen. We totally got derailed. Sneasler does get taken out here, meaning that Buckeye is already on back foot with only 2 of the Pokemon of the team remaining. But a Leech Seed is going to put Venusaur in a great position for trying to win the long game here. A Will-O-Wisp is going to connect, cutting that potential stall down. But there's 2 great Giga Drain targets right here. If it has electricity like a bidet, I would be okay calling it appliance. Well, I promise you my apartment is not fancy enough to have a bidet. That plumbing exam, man, you gotta let me have this. You're in a plumbing exam. What? Every time you tell me things about the classes you take, I don't know, Jan, what your major is, and I question it every time. It's architecture. Okay. Because I was like, huh? Because I thought it was, but then you hit me with stuff like that, and I'm like, you had a plumbing exam? Anyway, we are going to see an EQ come out from the Garchomp. Going to pick up pretty decent damage onto both Pokemon. Breaking Swipe, however, is going to lock the Garchomp out of doing pretty reasonable damage from here on out. The Rotom doesn't really care too much about this, but the Giga Drain leaves it at 1 HP. Oh, that is so unfortunate feeling. But you know who doesn't care? The Venusaur, who just got back to full health. That full damage Hydro Pump going into the Garchomp is going to leave it deep into the red. But to be completely honest here, Venusaur is sitting real pretty, and it really depends on what's sitting in the back as to whether or not it can break through this Venusaur. All right. Downside here is the Venusaur has no good target for Giga Drain, so it probably is just going to go for damage. Let's see, what does this Venusaur have for damage? Leech Seed, Sludge Bomb, Giga Drain, Protect. Okay, so it has both Sludge Bomb and Giga Drain here. Both will deal consistent damage. Unfortunately, neither will best benefit Total Water Closet, because people used to install the closets. Ugh. I hate to hear that. If it's Zard, this is over. This is true. That is true. But it may be over. It's over for that Garchomp no matter what. I see Minor 69er was also in that class with you, Yawn. You know, small world. Oh, I hate that. I really wish that spectator mode would tell the Switch to not black out. That being said, the Leech Seed is gonna clean up the Garchomp, which means although we are looking at a burned Venusaur, we are in a position where Venusaur has to fight a 2v1. But unfortunately, Charizard is in the back and is not going to give this Venusaur a chance to do anything. I don't know why Spectator times that. Yeah, it feels like one of those things where they definitely should have thought about that, but eh. Who am I? A software engineer, a web developer, somebody in charge of stuff like this, to debate such a feature on such a indie project software, you know? I'm sure they really struggle with their budget and their time that they can devote to accomplishing certain things in this very small company named Game Freak. Anyway, Heat Wave deletes Venusaur, by the way. I'm sorry if that wasn't very clear when we said that like 30 seconds ago. Mega Venusaur is down, and that is unfortunately going to be it for Buckeye and Justin. They had a great set. I really like the what's it called? The bulky Venusaur. Might have to bring Parish Sunday if Blackstad stays on this Necron stuff. You guys are already out here taking techs against each other, bringing and prepping stuff. All right. That being said, because the ads, the pre-rolls have come back on, we're gonna go ahead and do that ad break, even though I know we're kind of mid-round, just so that nobody has to see any going into the 5th round, hopefully. So we are gonna go ahead and take a quick. Bro, he already teched for my Floette. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, we got a few games still going on. That being said, I just had a really weird thought while I was using the restroom during the break. Why are toilets, which are something that are very obviously going to be, unfortunately not clean the majority of time, who decided to make them white? That feels like one of the hardest colors to keep constantly clean. So my toilet experts in the chat, anybody have good ideas as to why we decided that toilets needed to be, bright pearly white? My toilet's clean, to be clear. I want to make that well known. That's not the issue. I was just sitting there and I was thinking about it and I was like, why do we make something that we know is going to get dirty, intentionally dirty? That's the point. Bright and white just feels like a choice, Like, definitely feels like an oversight, maybe that's the words I'm trying to say. So you can see when it's not clean. That makes total sense. I didn't consider that. See, I was of the thought of when something is not clean, you don't want it to look dirty. But I didn't think about the opposite, which is if it is dirty, you want to know that so you can clean it. It's kind of like a car, right? People always say that there's different colors you should or shouldn't buy because they look dirtier or cleaner, easier. And so my brain is always just so you want to get something that's not going to look dirty and so that you can take care of it. I guess that's kind of like a toilet, The moment it is even the slightest bit dirty, you're able to tell. I don't know. I also grew up in a family that had those little things you stick onto the side of the bowl. So it constantly keeps cleaning it over time. So it sanitizes and kind of cleans and whatnot with the water and everything else. I don't know why I've never gotten those for my own apartment. And so my brain just doesn't process it as quickly. So yeah. Anyway, total side tangent. Just trying to buy some time waiting on games to finish. Rock hurt Zard. Yeah, Rock is quad effective against Zard. It'd be like that. All right. Let me see what's going on here, because I see a... this game is... They're still in game 2? Oh. Interesting. All right. Can't tell if they're still... Are they still in game? They are still in game 2. Okay. Cool. The problem with using one of my monitors for a console is I keep trying to move my mouse across screens into the like switch screen, and I'm like, guys, why isn't my mouse working? I've twice picked up my mouse thinking it was like not tracking properly. You know, I told you guys, the brain is not, the body is willing, but the brain is not today. Or maybe the body isn't willing and the brain is, I don't know. Y'all know what I mean. Words are hard. Anyway. Trying to see if Volcarona and Slime Slat's game, if they are about to wrap it up. Oh, they just wrapped it up. I joined and it was the win-loss screen. Oh no. Well, that answers their set. So let me just lost to Heatwave Burn. Oh no, that's so tragic. All right, so I think that just means there's one set left. So let's just pull them up and see what we got going on. I keep trying to join a room and then they finish the game and I'm like, guys, I'm just trying to watch. Oh, and they just finished too. I'm not even gonna join that room. We're just gonna roll right into game 5. Or round 5, because it looks like everybody is finished. Yeah, perfect. We are gonna roll straight into game 5. My goal is to have this set done and we start Top Cut before 10 because sheep would desperately like to sleep. Oh, I'm so tired. My body, I didn't get any good rest last night, so I am running on fumes. The good news is I have insomnia, so I'm used to this. The bad news is it's not a good thing to be used to. All right, dashboard. Everybody is done and round. Boop. All right, pair round. Here we go. We are starting into the last round of Swiss. For everybody, what that means is after this round, only the top 4 remaining will keep playing. Everybody else will be done. But you can always stick around and keep watching because you guys are awesome and I appreciate your company. Just saying. But with that, round 5 has started. Let's see. I see the pairings have gone up. Is there anybody that I haven't watched at this point? I think I have seen every game, so we are just gonna watch the, did you change to Top Cut 4? Is it still 3 points to get in? I believe it's Top Cut 4. I will double check. But first, I'm going to pull up the top game and see if they're okay with me spectating. Because we've already spectated Scarlet, but we've not spectated Mama Fitzy yet, and they are currently playing for top spot. So, cool. Just want to make sure because we forget sometimes. Oh, right! This is the mother-daughter battle. This will be really interesting. You guys are going to get to see, you guys know art from our locals. There's a family that all play together, and I did not think about it. They were, I didn't process who Scarlet was. That tracks. I now remember who that is. I'm goofy. All right. I did have to, I hope they remembered to make a room and didn't just invite each other. Because they are playing in the same room, I would guess. We shall see. Anyway, let me check the admin real fast and make sure I did set up, Top Cut, because now you got me like worrying about it. Single elim bracket, advancement type, traditional cut, 4 players, Top Cut. Yeah, okay, I did. Hyperlink, you are welcome to check if you want to be 100% certain, but I think I'm good. All right, getting there. Apparently they were in real life fighting, not really, but yelling at each other so that they could hype each other up. So round 0 has already occurred apparently in this matchup. Now we get to see who truly takes the set based on each other's shattered mentals. I'm excited. This will be fun. Ground 0. True. Better be worried and double check than not checking it messes up. True. All right, here we go. This is the final round of Swiss, and this is currently our top table. So good luck to everybody, and let's see what happens. As a reminder, Scarlet is our only remaining 4-0, which means no matter what, Scarlet is going to the top cut. That being said, Mama Fitzy, Slime Schlatt, Awoken, Dr. Raleigh, the best JSTN are all 3-1 and need to win their games to guarantee their spot. And then one person that is 3-2 will bubble in. So that is where we are sitting right now. Four X's will make it, and then one will bubble in. All right, so we are looking at, on Mama Fitzy's side, a pretty traditional Sun team. Whereas on Scarlet's side, we're seeing that combo Trick Room Tailwind team, where they've got both modes kind of ready to go. So yeah, here we go. So I am curious to see if there is any form of, I don't think there is any form of speed control on Mama Fitzy's team. I don't see any Tailwind. Yeah, there's not. So this team is absolutely just trying to play it out in the neutral game. Didn't have to work tomorrow. Could have won this thing. Anyway, we are going to see Garchomp and Aerodactyl hit Scarlet's side of the field, while Mama. I'm just going to say, yeah, Mama Fitzy. I'm just going to say it. Anyway, we see Sneasler and Garchomp. We have seen this setup more than once already tonight. Sneasler does get threatened very aggressively by these Aerodactyls, but the fake out pressure that it exerts simultaneously could lead to Aerodactyl pretty much losing all of its HP if it's allowed to get faked out into a rock slide. Then again, that knowing everybody that's been discussing things about misses and whatnot, that assumes the rock slide doesn't miss. Alrighty. Let's see what we've got going on here. Taking a lot of thoughts on this first turn. Aerodactyl does do the protect to ensure that it doesn't risk the fake out. And that is a Scarlet side double protect to ensure that nobody's getting faked out. Sneasler does rip the close combat into the Aerodactyl, giving up on the fake out. And the Garchomp doesn't get the rock slide. But that's okay, because that's typically expected in a turn 1 fake out situation. But you might as well just double protect. This does put them in a unique scenario, though, of if the Aerodactyl is slower than the Sneasler, then it absolutely has to figure out a way around this without protect now. This is going to be interesting. All right. Garchomp is still threatening that rock slide, but it really has to debate whether or not it wants to go for that Dragon Claw instead, because now it is pressured, and it is Aerodactyl, which is faster. Aerodactyl allowing its teammate to now move next and getting a full-blown earthquake down on both sides. Sneasler is not sashed. I was not aware. Is it? It's white. There. That means. Wait a minute. I just noticed that this team sheet has Terra types on it. Anyway, both Garchomps getting their attacks down. Aerodactyl getting half, but Sneasler unfortunately losing out on the race and getting absolutely decimated by that EQ. The question is, does Mama Fitzy have an answer for this now tailwinded Garchomp? And is that answer potentially Shiny Basculegion? Basculegion in this scenario is Choice Scarf, but that's not faster than Garchomp unless it's a decently slow Garchomp. And it's definitely not faster than Aerodactyl. The question now becomes, do we have a way to deal with this Aerodactyl that doesn't involve losing Garchomp on the Mama Fitzy side in the process? Garchomp could absolutely rip another Rock Slide, but it is an easy risk for that Dragon Claw. Basculegion also in a great position, but it's not bulky enough to take 2 hits if both double into it. And there's the first half of it, is a very, very fast Rock Slide, puts flinch pressure down on both sides. And there's the EQ, meaning that both Pokemon are going to take huge damage going down deep into the red, and so is my Switch apparently. And a Wave Crash into the Aerodactyl is going to pick up the kill, but it potentially also knocks out the Basculegion simultaneously. Let's see. The Basculegion survives with 9 HP. Oh my goodness, so we are in a situation where Garchomp is down to 10 HP. Both are low. Both are in the low teens. Basculegion's got 9 HP. Whatever comes in here is coming into a fractured board state. Gardevoir picks up adaptability. It's not going to matter once it goes into Pixelate, if it does so. Basculegion is still staring down 2 more turns of Tailwind, and this Guardy has every reason to just rip a Dazzling and Gleam. The question is, does it have it? No, but it does have Hyper Voice. So if it Mega Evolves, it's ripping Pixelate Hyper Voices down range, and there is nothing they can do to stop it, other than maybe double Protect risk. This is an incredibly painful situation for Mama Fitzy. And that's ignoring the fact that there's still a Garchomp with pretty solid speed stat and Rock Slide and Earthquake. We do see the first Protect on Mama Fitzy's side. Do we see a way for Basculegion to get out? Nope. Basculegion is unfortunately going to tank this Rock Slide and go down, which means whatever is last in the back is absolutely got to be the carry for Mama Fitzy. And it's got to first survive a turn of Tailwind. Oh. Can I turn that on midstream? I don't think I can. Maybe I'll try in between rounds. I do know which one you're talking about. I thought I turned it on. Where? I'll have to go find it. Anyway. Alright, so Venusaur and Garchomp are staring down Guardian Garchomp. This Venusaur notably does not have Protect, which means it is put in a very uncomfortable situation, and it is not Mega. So it is going to have to take full damage from whatever's coming out. Unfortunately, Garchomp does not get the double Protect, so the EQ is going to rip straight into the Venusaur and the Guardy, taking half from both of them. This puts us in a situation where Gardevoir's Psychic should take the kill. Okay, it does. And with that, that is going to lock up game 1. I've seen it work for stream, so I turned it on. No. I see it. So I see. In between rounds real fast, I'll go see if I can find it in the settings. But you know what you guys should do is keep yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. And drink some water. Alright. I'm gonna real quick bounce out of the room long enough to go check that setting. Setting. Oh no, this was not the settings that I was. Yeah, no, this is not what I thought it was. There we go. Yep. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Hold on one sec, guys. Oh, that hurt. Ow. Why did that hurt? Why do sneezes hurt, man? It feels like an evil thing to do to a person to be like, I curse ye with angry sneeze. Wait, one moment. Un momento. Por favor. Alrighty. And are we back in? Yeah, we're back in. Alright. Hopefully we didn't miss the start of the game. But if we did, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. We learning new things today. That is the point of today. See, we didn't even miss anything, guys. What were you guys worried about? Anyway. So the question is, does Mama Fitzy do any form of switch up to try and deal with this really strong lead that Scarlet's been showing almost pretty much the majority of the tournament. Every time we've looked over, Scarlet's been rocking the same lead, and it's working. And it's working again. Aerodactyl and Chomp hits the field once again, but this time it has to stare down a Incineroar and Charizard. The one thing that this team is lacking on Scarlet's side is a weather. There is no weather on this team, so if there is a world where Charizard gets to attack, it's going to do some pretty meaningful damage. The problem here is that both Garchomp and Aerodactyl rip nasty rock slides, and even one of them getting across was enough to do in Charizard. It would have to have an absolutely obscene strength to be able to survive this. Fake out does mean the Aerodactyl is not going to get that first rock slide, but that's not going to stop Garchomp unless he misses. He does not miss. He do not miss those. You do not miss those. All right, gang, say it with me. The Incineroar faked out. No, that's not what I was trying to say. What was I trying to say? Oh yeah, who's Incineroar gonna fake out? That was the question I was supposed to ask at the start of round 1. Anyway, we're gonna just move on and act like that didn't happen. All right, everybody agree? Yeah. Okay. All right, so now Charizard is in a position where it cannot stay in, unfortunately, because of all the rock slide pressure. Basculegion is going to come in, though, and have to eat a lot of these rock slides straight to the face, but Incineroar should be Citrus Berry? No. What is this Incineroar? Well, it doesn't matter what he is now, but what was he? He is Citrus Berry. Oh, Unnerve from the Aerodactyl prevented the Citrus Berry. Right. All right, so we are going to see Sneasler and Basculegion. Basculegion does have the 100 base power last respects now, which is pretty solid, all things considered. But does it lock it in while another fake out pressure goes live? Sneasler is threatening to shut down something right now. I would guess fake out into the Aerodactyl sets it up for death by last respects, or honestly by wave crash. But it's not getting the opportunity to try that, as I'm gonna guess this is not a double protect. Oof. Basculegion does wave crash, however, into the Garchomp, and does do 3/4 of the damage. You got humbled? It'd be like that. Garchomp is gonna rip a nasty Earthquake that's probably gonna once again pick up the Sneasler. Unfortunately, that picks up the double. Oh, that's it. That's game. No matter what this Charizard does, unless it gets protected on like all fronts, it has to dodge double rock slide to even have a chance of surviving here. It's got a Mega and pray to double dodge rock slide. It's not impossible. I've seen it happen. But dear God, is it going to have to do some absolutely nasty sacrifices to every deity in existence to pull it off. Let's see what happens. God, I love the music. I love the music. Dude, Legends EA had some fire tracks, and I'm so sad that we got like 3. I wish we got more music. I don't understand why they didn't incorporate more music, given probably how easy of a feature that is, but it's not MVP, so that makes sense. All right. Darn. It had to survive 2, and it didn't even survive 1. GG to both of you. Very well done, and that was a very good set. So that does mean that Scarlet is going to go into Top Cut as the only undefeated, perfectly protecting that position. And that means that we are only going to have 2 4-1s. That means a 3-2 scoots in. We don't know what 3-2 yet, but one of them will be scooting in. So this will be very interesting. All right, let me swap back over here. Alrighty, what do we got here on the games going on? Shout out Scarlet, keeping your resistance up. Let's go! We love that. We love that. No cars chauffeur. I'm seeing some sass between the family members in the side chats. All right. So Scarlet is our only guaranteed. Oh, nope, that's not true. The best JSTN is also guaranteed. That means whoever wins between Slime Slat and Awoken will also lock in their spot into the top 4. And then it will for Mama Fitzy, Dr. Raleigh, One Scoop Man, and the loser of Table 2 will determine our last slot based on resistances. Wait, those are for my 2 losses. Let's go. Oh, we might have goated resistance. All right, let us just go ahead and check in on that second, what's it called? Table. I mean, they are deciding it. Might as well watch them while they do, right? All right, so game 1 went to Slime Slat. So let's see how game 2 is going. Slowly losing my mind over here. Oh, interesting. That's the wrong thing. So we've clicked into game 2 here, and we are staring down an absolute bloodbath. Slime Slat is got 2 nearly dead Pokemon staring down a Hyper Voice ready Sylveon Pixelate, who instead doesn't pick up lethal damage on the Floette, and it's probably gonna knock out this this Sylveon, securing the game. Dang. Well, we came back just in time to watch an absolute bloodbath, and that was it. So hope you guys enjoyed watching that Mega Floette eviscerate somebody. So we've got 2 more sets left. We've got each Fitzy is taking on 1 person. However, Buckeye versus Blackstad, they would have to have some obscenely good resistance, but they do have a chance of top cutting still. It's not guaranteed, but it is possible. All right, so let's check them out. They are only in game 2. So let's check it out. Alrighty. Come on, game. Come on. Boop. It's thinking about it, guys, I promise. In the meantime, I hope everybody's keeping themselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. Drink some water or something else safe for human consumption. Oh, they are just now starting game 2. Let's get into it. Alrighty, so we are gonna see game 2 between Buckeye Fitzy and Blackstad. Game 1 went to Blackstad, so let's see how game 2 goes. Buckeye sends out Garchomp and Wotem Wash. Wotem Wash, you are through to Top Cut. You are, congrats. Versus Aggron Friggrath. I have heard tales of this Aggron and what it has been doing to people, so I'm curious to see how this is going. Very bulky team here on Blackstad's side, whereas Buckeye is running that very consistent balanced answer team. And we see that Mega Aggron pop right off the bat, really threatening some absolutely terrifying amounts of bulk. Where's Zell? Zell would absolutely love to see this, see the wall in motion. Unfortunately, however, the wall does have to get through the fact that it's taking super effective damage from this Garchomp. And a crit on Friggrath is unfortunately timed. This Rotom is going to rip a discharge that is going to put both sides into the yellow. And a paralysis on the Aggron. Oh, man. This poor Aggron is getting abused. Oh, man. I mean, it's already one of the slowest things on the field, but now it is getting bullied by everything. Although Trick Room did go up. So the question now becomes, does Aggron pick up kills that are necessary with Body Press? Or does it miss out on the kill because it's probably not living another turn if it lets something else stay on board. Oh boy. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Garchomp just barely survives, and Farigiraf does not go for an attack, which means that even though Light Screen is up, there's a very good chance that it does not matter. Aggron survives with 4 HP, and the Breaking Swipe does both of them in. Oh, wow. That was so many, like, razor thin margins there. But yeah, that means that Garchomp does successfully pick up the double, and now it is fully up to whatever is in the back of Blackstad's team to answer both of these Pokemon. Salazzle Dragonite does really throw a very dangerous. That is the tiniest.
Yo, why is there a black lizard-shaped speck on my screen? I'm sorry. Wait till he gets back there. Look at this guy. He doesn't even come up to you like your kneecap. This Salazzle is tiny. I've never seen something so small. Like, I think Pikachu might step on it and not notice. What is this thing? Antinode's Fake Out? What is it doing? Flicking you in the toe?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't even know how that happens. That is absolutely confusing. But anyway, sorry about that. Fake Out does kill the Garchomp. And Salazzle does. Oh no! For Blackstad, every single chance to paralyze is paralyzing. I'm sorry to hear that, Volcarona. But yeah, Blackstad is staring down an entire team, or 3 Pokemon, but everything is paralyzed, and this incoming Rock Slide is going to do absolutely numbers. Dragonite's multiscale is broken, and this incoming Rock Slide is going to absolutely hurt them. Oh, hey, look, there's the information's at the top. Excuse me. Dragonite is going to get some pretty necessary damage down with that E-Speed, picking up the Rotom Wash kill. But the question now just becomes, oh, Salazzle is slower. Sludge Bomb does get middling damage down. With the Arcanine's Rock Slide, Dragonite dodges. Salazzle may go down in the process, but Dragonite has to fight a 1v2. It is not slow, like at all. So there's a pretty good chance. So your resistance is chopped. Darn. I don't think Dragonite has a reliable way to get out of this situation. It's managed to keep itself mostly healthy, but it's paralyzed and in Trick Room. The Venusaur is going to protect, probably to dodge the incoming, I'm going to guess, Hurricane? Check it out. Oh, Ice Spinner. Then meanwhile, Arcanine is going to rip a nasty Rock Slide that does connect. If in doubt, Flame Hyper. Valid. The leftovers are going to be necessary and valuable for the Dragonite, but it just doesn't have the bulk nor the answers here. There is no direct answer for Dragonite for dealing with this Arcanine. And, I mean, Ice Spinner could probably deal with Venusaur, but there's nothing stopping this Venusaur from Mega Evolving. And then once it goes into Thick Fat mode, it's going to turn this Ice type into a neutral. And, yeah, I don't see a world where it survives this. Well, it survives that. And, well, they played the trade back and forth, and that's about it. If Venusaur does damage, that's it. Oh, that's just crazy. I feel the heat with Thick Fat. I'd burn you if you heat proof. Oh, Zell, did you see? This is a Mega Aggron team. And that is gonna deal enough to kill Dragonite. Dang. That's Hyper Volt. What's Hyper Volt? No, they're saying Hyperlink, the person. Probably not Mega Wall. It is Mega Wall. It is Walgron. Body Press, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam, Protect. It is in fact Walgron. All right, we're gonna go into game 3. Let's see what happens. That's not Walgron. What is Walgron? Now I'm confused. All right, we are in the stadium for one final game to find out. Blackstat and Buckeye have both taken a game, and the determination of this game decides the resistances that will probably affect who bubbles in into the top 4. Walgron uses Rest Talk. Spectate me next game, please. So in top 4, I'm gonna ask the top 4 what they want to do. If they want to go one game at a time, or if they want to do back and forth. We'll figure it out. Body Press, Iron Defense, Rest Sleep Talk. Oh, I didn't know about that last part. Gotcha. All right, we're gonna see Venusaur and Arcanine lead out first against the Farigiraf and Aggron that we've seen pretty consistently across Blackstats games. That is going to do some noticeable damage to Aggron in terms of that attack drop, but Aggron really doesn't care if it gets that that defense up with the Iron Defense. It'll just go for Body Presses instead. It is top 4, not top 8. I specifically made a note that we are only doing top 4. I have to go to sleep at some point, and that's the only reason. Normally, with 16 players, 5-round Swiss in the top 4. Well, actually, it was 20 players, 5-round Swiss in the top 4, and I believe that's supposed to be a higher top cut. But yeah, we were always capping at 5 rounds top cut 4 because I need sleep, guys. My body. I was pulling from memories. All right, so we are going to see both Megas being used, and the Leech Seed is going to go out onto the Aggron. Meanwhile, Crunch is going to do some pretty considerable damage against Farigiraf. Body Press is going to delete Arcanine. Oh, that's a crit. I don't know if that mattered. I don't think that mattered, but I'm not certain. And Farigiraf is going to set up the Trick Room. All right, so now we are in Trick Room, and the wall is here. Question is, what do they do about it? It is Leech Seeded, so unfortunately it is going to be put in a position where the crit did not matter. We are going to be put in a position where Aggron's on a timer. We'll see what happens. Now you got me curious about if it's supposed to be top cut 4-8. It's still going to be 4 no matter what. I'm not changing that, but now I'm just curious. I gotta even find the rule book. Okay, yeah. So it would be top cut of 8 at 17 and higher. It would be 5 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of single elim top cut. So that's 8. But doesn't matter. We were always gonna stay at 5 and 4. So anyway. And the reason why it is that way, if anybody's curious, is because that's supposed to eliminate as much bubbling in as possible. It's supposed to encourage it to be the records determine it, but that's never the case. It's almost exclusively going to result in some people bubbling in or out. That's just how things Body press doesn't care about attack drops. This is true. This is true. That is true. All right, Venusaur is going to do protect. It's going to continue to try and take as much damage on this Aggron as possible. That being said, Aggron is going to body press into the Garchomp, and the Rough Skin is going to do a notable amount of damage. Twin Beam is going to pick up the kill on Garchomp. It's not going to do anything to Venusaur right now, but Twin Beam is a crazy move I didn't even consider. Venusaur is going to continue to heal off from Aggron. Aggron is mostly getting chipped by indirect damage. Does it have an answer? I mean, the answer very well could be that it's just hanging on and duking it out. But Sneasler does have Fake Out, and Aggron really cannot afford to take too many more turns under this Leech Seed. Does it swap out, or does it just commit to taking as many kills as possible? I think for Aggron can be in for Sash. Makes sense. All right, Heavy Slam does about half to Sneasler, and then Twin Beam knocks it clear out. Buckeye not being really able to set up a board state, unfortunately, against this aggressive lead. Venusaur, however, is also a tank on its respective side, absolutely holding its own here. It does have to do with the fact that it is unfortunately going to take super effective damage from this Twin Beam, and Aggron is going to keep doing aggressive amounts of damage to it. But it's only got one more turn in Trick Room, so if it can deal with the Trick Room here, we are seeing a way for it to get out. And that's how. Protect does mean the Aggron is going to miss out on damage. The Calm Mind is extremely scary. But that's the last round of Trick Room. And this Leech Seed is going to put Aggron into death by almost anything. It's definitely dead next turn. I believe that was 39 down to 18. So, Protect should have been Iron Defense. Wait, the Protect for what? Venusaur? Or do you mean for Aggron? All right, and Giga Drain off the Venusaur is going to guarantee Frig dead as Trick Room goes away, which means Aggron's not going to do enough damage to matter here to Venusaur. I mean, every little bit of damage matters because it does, but Venusaur is going to kill it off with Leech Seed. The Protect should have been turned instead of Body Press. Yeah, but it just depends on if you are going for trying to kill the Venusaur off this turn or not. If both had hit, it would have been different. All right, so we do see Dragonite hit the field, and this Dragonite is running Ice Spinner, but with Thick Fat Live, both the fire typing and the ice typing that is being presented here are not that scary for Venusaur. Venusaur can kind of continue to keep ripping attacks and Leech Seeds in front of these threats. Biggest thing right now is it's got to deal with the light screen. Thankfully, it's got Protect to do just such a thing. Toxic time. I don't think it has Toxic. Let me see what this Venusaur is rocking. All right, so this Venusaur is rocking Leech Seed, Sludge Bomb, Giga Drain, Protect, which means it is in a position to continuously probably Leech Seed and Giga Drain its way potentially to victory. It's going to be a hard uphill battle. Taking that much damage is not going to be conducive, tragically. I don't think it definitely doesn't survive another one of those, let alone probably that mixed with Ice Spinner. Dang. That was a really cool battle, though. Oh, I don't think crit mattered, but that was a fantastic set between Buckeye and Blackstad. Unfortunately, all the answers to Venusaur just lied in the back of Blackstad's tool chest. So that is a fantastic end to our round 5. Look at that little schnick. Dude's tiny. Also, what up, Insight P? Welcome to the stream. Shalazzle is crazy. That's some wild tech, I will say. That is some absolutely insane tech. Alrighty. All right, guys. So now we're gonna bear with me for a second because I gotta make sure I figure out how to correctly start Top Cut. Hopefully it does. Fingers crossed. Shadow on the screen with the border is insanely large. Yeah. I like people to see. Good luck. Thank you so much. All right. We're gonna end round. All matches completed. All right, set up next phase. Once you start the next phase, you'll not be able to make any changes to the current phase anymore before seeing all match standings, result standings are correct. All right, I'm gonna ask that everybody take this moment before I click this and make sure your record is correct. Don't let me know if there's any issues, any problems or whatnots before we move on. And all right, looks like everybody is reported. I'm gonna click it. You went 16-0. My bad, man, my bad. Alrighty, dashboard, set up next phase, confirm. Boop. All right, guys, and our top 4 are going to be, well, if it'll tell me, start bracket, there we go. There we go. Are going to be Scarlet, Awoken, the best JSTN, and Slime Schlat. So, I'm gonna ask you 4, do you guys want to go game by game on stream? Or do you guys just want to do, I watch one game and then I watch finals? It's up to you guys. I'm gonna let y'all pick. It's Justin though. Okay. I figured it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. So, you Scooty and Justin, and Awoken and Scarlet, what do you guys want to do? Does it not show me? Can I not click into there? There we go. All right. So I'm going to, just for funsies, I'm gonna pick a number, 1 through 100, and whoever guesses closest will do their game first. All right. You guys are like teching it out, trying to be the winners. You're free. Go to bed. Get some good sleep. All right. All right. Justin says 6. What does everybody else say? Slime says 75. It's the tech. All right. So we got 2 75s, a 25, and a 6. Oh, nope. Is Awoken, are you changing your number, Awoken? You win this? All right. So the good news is the number was the opposite of my favorite number, which is 74. It was 47. So Awoken and Scarlet, you guys' tech technically worked. So we're gonna start with you guys' game. So Justin and Slime Flat, I'm gonna have you guys wait until their game finishes to start yours. So, alrighty guys, and we are into the first round of the top cut of our first ever herd tournament, VGC tournament. Hope you guys have all had a absolutely about to go O2 leaving stream. All right, hope you guys have the best games, and all right, hope you guys have had a wonderful time, and I appreciate you guys all coming out again. Like I said, this has been a wonderful stream. All right, so we are looking at, once again, that double mode Trick Room Tailwind team. Scarlet's pretty much led the same thing into with almost every single game versus a pretty interesting team that has a lot of counterplay to some of the typical problems. And here we see it right off the bat. Blastoise and Sneasler up against not the typical lead this time. We actually see a swap to the Aerodactyl King Gambit lead. Sneasler does threaten a one-shot on this King Gambit, but Fake Out really doesn't provide a whole lot of value here. King Gambit could go for Sucker Punch, it could go for setup here, but if it's not respected and the Aerodactyl instead gets to get Tailwind off, this is a really dangerous position. That being said, in the reverse, Blastoise has the Mega and the Shell Smash on deck. If it's not attacked, it could just walk away with the game. Although it is in a difficult scenario, even though its speed may be doubled, if Tailwind is set up, it's not going to be the fastest thing on the field. Not by a long shot. Dual Wing Beat does respect the Sneasler, but it is not enough to kill it. Sneasler does hold on. All right, so Sneasler rips the close combat into the King Gambit, taking the kill. We see Blastoise surviving the round, probably setting up that Shell Smash. Sneasler surviving the round, and Aerodactyl left without its ally. And now Unburden is active. Both Shell Smash is active too. This team has gotten a free Tailwind right off rip as a passive effect. Prime subs are right now. Well, subs are broken. Subs are broken? What do you mean? What you mean? Like, across Twitch? Anyway, Aerodactyl and Basculegion, both of who should be incredibly fast Pokemon, are being left in the, weird. Are unfortunately being left in the dust by this Blastoise and Sneasler. Some of them may be faster than Blastoise, but Sneasler is absolutely the fastest thing on the field right now. The question is, does it survive an Aqua Jet? The answer is probably no. And he knows that. So he is going to get out to that Sinistcha while that Aqua Jet is probably going to be coming his way. It doesn't, and instead of Water Spout, deletes the majority of Aerodactyl and Basculegion's health. My friend is playing Pokemon Shining Pearl. Aerodactyl does hold on with that Focus Sash and rips a pretty nasty Rock Slide, but with the Pokemon on field, they don't really care that much. Blastoise only takes that much damage because of the decreases, which were fine until they came back to hunt him? Brain? And Last Respects does take the knockout. 100 base power is enough to do Blastoise in after a Shell Smash. All the tempo that Awoken was able to set up, turn one is immediately lost. Aerodactyl, however, is being threatened by this Sneasler. It can't fake out anything but the Aerodactyl, and Aerodactyl has to protect to go for it. But if it does so, it is sacrificing Basculegion, who will almost assuredly go down to either a Shadow Ball or a Machagacha. So the question now becomes, what does Basculegion do? Does he stay in? Does he swap? All right, we do see the fake out from Sneasler going wide into the Aerodactyl. And Last Respects does go into the Sinistcha, picking up the kill. I didn't think it was enough to kill yet. It was. Oh my goodness. This puts Awoken already on his last Pokemon, which is Sylveon. Ooh, okay, so we're not done yet. Sylveon, with its incredibly solid amounts of defense and special defense, probably still tanks the Last Respects and the Rock Slide here. Unfortunately, though, Sneasler no longer is getting that Unburden boost, and so it's at risk of this Aerodactyl. Does Sneasler have an answer to staying on the field against two incredibly fast options? I don't think it does. Other than protecting, which I didn't even know it had. I thought it had coaching for some reason. Rock Slide is going to rip into this Protect and the Sneak and the Sylveon. Sylveon's going to mostly shrug it off. The question is, does it flinch? Unfortunately, it does. The double into the Sneasler is going to go wide. What did Sylveon do? I didn't even see Sylveon attack. Am I dumb? Did I miss something? I think I missed something. What did I miss? Flinch. Oh, okay. I'm not crazy. I swear. I didn't even see the flinch. But anyway, that quick attack is going to guarantee that Aerodactyl goes down finally. So now it comes down to a question of who does Basculegion kill? And it is going to be that Sneasler. Another Pokemon in the back. There's no way that Sylveon has the gas left to pick up another kill, especially against the Guardy, who's going to cleanly resist the Hyper Voice. And Guardy doesn't even have to Mega Evolve this time. It gets Pixelate for free. It is still probably going to do so just for the stats and for the defense, special defense. But Sylveon is pretty well cooked here with an 150 base power, last respects, staring it down in the face. I don't think there is an answer here other than game 2. All right, let's see. Oh man, that quick attack just barely not enough damage. And yeah, 150 base power, last respects, not much surviving that, let me tell you. All right, so we are gonna go into game 2 in this first match of Top Cut. Scarlet does pick up the first game, which I just realized the irony there of a character entirely decked out in blue and white being named Scarlet. Anyway, goodness gracious. All right, let's see game 2, shall we? Oh man, this has been a wonderful tournament. I know we had some, we didn't have any issues round 1, but we had so many issues round 2. Round 2 was a little miserable, but I'm glad that it smoothed out after that. I learned. More importantly about learning, does Awoken learn from that last lead and take a turn 1 advantage and turn it into anything? A wonderful turn 1, but was no capitalization, no capitalizing on it. It led him really unstable going into the next few turns. We'll have to see. I'm not 100% sure. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, Scarlet's team was really well placed in this metagame. To put that in perspective, it is I believe the only Guardy in the field, and it is one of the only Pokemon with an 100% win rate. The other two being Politoed and Mega Gengar, which were both part of the Perish Trap method, which is a little disingenuous because they only played 3 games. But this Gardevoir is the only thing with a perfect record, having played every round right now. So let's see if it continues it. That is going to be Blastoise and Aerodactyl into Aerodactyl and Garchomp. This is Scarlet's typical leads that we saw for the majority of the tournament. However, they're in a pretty rough spot here because this Blastoise, if it's allowed to, can set up a nasty water spout in their faces. That being said, if it takes the damage, it won't be as beneficial anymore. So, we've got the always fast Aerodactyls on both sides, as well as the potentially flinching, potentially killing Garchomp. And we're going to see an instance where Blastoise doesn't go for the Mega and instead protects in front of a Tailwind. Do both sides Tailwind, or are we going to see an advantage to one side? Only Awoken's side Tailwinds. All right, so we are going to see probably double damage into this Aerodactyl. Absolutely a blistering amount of damage into that Aerodactyl. Unless it misses here, Aerodactyl goes, and it does. Aerodactyl has set up Tailwind though. Does Blastoise and whatever's in the back have the juice to continue it? I guess we'll have to find out. All right, so there is Sylveon. Sylveon is faster now than a typical Garchomp, but I believe this one is Scarfed. No, this one is the Mental Herb Garchomp. I always forget that for some reason. So with that being said, Sylveon's probably faster. The question is what this Blastoise is going to do. I have never seen Blastoise open and close its turrets before. That was a weird animation. I didn't know it could do that. I guess it makes sense, but still wasn't expecting it. Anyway, we are going to see the Mega Blastoise hit the field. The question now being, does it go for the Shell Smash, or nope, it's just going to rip that super fast water spout into both sides, knocking the Aerodactyl down to its sash. And the Garchomp pretty low, but if this Sylveon gets off a Hyper Voice, there's no protects happening here. That's a double kill. Tailwind does come out, which does mean the Garchomp is now back to being faster. Earthquake is going to do decent damage. but it's not gonna save these Pokemon from the double up. And Hyper Voice does pick up the clean double here. Scarlet is down already to her last 2 Pokemon. And they've got a pretty big hill to climb. Water Spout is certainly weakened now, but there is a bug that is trying to live its best life on my monitor, and I really need it to stop. I think. Now we do see that 100% win rate Guardy finally hit the field alongside its favorite ally, Basculegion. And Basculegion is sitting in that Tailwind, so even though the enemies, or the Awoken side, I can't speak, do have Tailwind as well, this Basculegion is blisteringly fast and absolutely can rip an 150 base power last respects to take out anything on the field. Question is, what does it do? All right, we're gonna see that I keep wanting to say 100% win rate Guardy. That just sounds so mean. But we're gonna see this Guardy absolutely hit the field and probably just start ripping Hyper Voices left, right, and center. That's not gonna stop this last respects from killing the Sylveon in the process. So a full 90 base power Hyper Voice is probably going to this, yep, into Blastoise, but he holds on! And Blastoise takes the knockout with the Dark Pulse! That means we are gonna see this 100% win rate Gardevoir 1v2. Does it have the gas in the tank to do that? And that depends on what is in the pack. It is the Sneasler, which notably this Sneasler is not Focus Sashed. It is White Herb, which means if it doesn't get the kill here, Guardy absolutely melts it. It can easily flinch Guardy, but if we do that, then we are watching Tailwind go away, and that's going to give Guardy a full turn. The question is, does Protect from Guardy win the game here? Honestly, if Gardevoir protects, Sneasler doesn't get Fake Out, then Sneasler is going to be slower than Guardy, and there's nothing it can do except maybe Protect in return. Does the Sneasler have Protect? Yes, it does. Okay. So now we're in an interesting place. Both Pokemon here need... Oh my goodness. What a great time for Shell Smash. It absolutely could matter, but both Pokemon need to protect on Awoken side, or Awakened side, yeah, Awoken side here, so that the Tailwind can run out. That's the only way that they're gonna have a chance to win this. And Blastoise's Dark Pulse is just neutral. It may not be enough to kill, even with the boosts. Oh my goodness. All right, so step 1 for Awoken here is they have to double protect. Losing either Mon is an absolute run ender here. And they do pull off the double protect. That means that Tailwind is off the field. But Trick Room shatters that plan. Guardy is moving first next turn. Shell Smash from the Blastoise has locked him into being the fastest thing on the field. And Sneasler being so naturally fast, Guardy absolutely breaks their ankles. Gardevoir has the only answer here. It goes for Psychic. It rips it into the Sneasler. The question is, does Dark Pulse kill? I don't think it does. It's not enough. Guardy absolutely maintains that 100% win rate into the finals. Okay, well, after a protect. Blastoise's best option here is genuinely to go for the triple protect. That is the win con for Blastoise. I never thought I'd say that. It doesn't even get it the second time. GG to Awoken and Scarlet for an absolutely great set that kept us on the edge. But man, this Gardevoir is just ripping apart the competition. All right. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, Guardy was one of the original Trick Room setters. It is an absolutely behemoth. Yeah. Oh well. All right. So let's move to our other game between Justin and Schleim Schlatt. And let's see, what's left for there to be. But going up against Scarlet and the 100% win rate Gardevoir, is somebody going to be able to challenge this thing? You're Schleim Schlatt. Okay. I can give you about 5-ish minutes. How long you need? Because if it's a long time, can't do that, but I can go ahead and like run an ad or something in the meantime. That was a wonderful run between the two of you guys. That felt every action was well thought out, well planned. Very well done to both players there. Scarlet is going to progress though. I'm watching some of the Discord side chats. Alrighty. Not seeing an answer yet from you, Scooty. Oh, you're ready? Alrighty. We will go ahead and get things going. Go ahead and let me get in the room. You guys can go ahead and start. I will get in the room and then we will get things going. Sorry, room kicked you out. Oh, no worries. What's the code? You put it in the Limitless chat. I don't want to say it here because then other people will join. Or could join. As a reminder to everybody, hope you guys are keeping yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. Yeah, those mind games there at the end were insane. I was not expecting... The Shell Smash looked so good until I realized Guardy hadn't moved yet, and it was terrifying what that meant. Oh, man. Good games to everybody, though. This has been a wonderful event. I really hope people enjoyed this, because I definitely want to run more of these. It's close, though. Didn't expect to get 4th with a random team you've never used before. Hey, you did great. You did great. Definitely, I would be proud of that run. Remember, you lost to a Pokemon with a 100% win rate. That's not your fault. All right, let's get it going. I have not gotten to see your team this entire time, Schleim Schlatt, so I'm excited to see this. Justin, I have seen with the double weather setup, but you, Scooty, you've got a very solid balance build, and this is going to be really exciting to watch. Not many people are running Talonflame. I'm very excited to see where this goes. All right, we're going to see Sneasler and Delphox hit the board right off the bat. And now, notably, this team does have Mega Fluette and Delphox, so it is more likely than not that we're going to see the Mega, if not this turn, definitely next. We do see Rotom Wash and Garchomp, a very bulky lead, but the Sneasler absolutely has great priority targets for Fake Out here. It could shut down the Rotom from trying to rip a super effective hit into the Delphox that is going to Mega Evolve, because a Hydro Pump plus a Rock Slide absolutely deletes Delphox. The question is, what is its target? And it is going to be that Garchomp, which is going to also do rough skin damage. Notably, this Sneasler is White Herb, so it doesn't care to take that damage too much. Rotom is going to take good damage from the Psychic, and it is not going to get the kill back with Delphox, or on Delphox. All right, so we've done a great turn of everybody doing a little bit of damage. All right, so Sneasler now still being, or Delphox being the fastest one on the field now, has great opportunities to rip Heat Waves and Psychics into either slot. I don't know that either really picks up. Sneasler, on the other hand, absolutely has a great matchup into both these targets, as long as it's willing to eat some of the rough skin damage. All right, we're going to see 2 Protects hit the field. Any more than that? 3 Protects hit the field. Come on, show me 4 Protects. Show me 4 Protects. Ah. Tragic. I was so excited to see a 4 protect turn. It never happens. We never get that lucky. Alrighty, well, everybody did a whole lot of nothing that turn. Let's see if we do a whole lot of something next turn. Now we love the tactical positioning behind protect. We're gonna see Garchomp, the Thunderstruck, which is really funny, hit the field, easily eating this Rock Slide. Sneasler eating it pretty comfortably as well, even though it is not effective. This close combat though from this Sneasler is gonna pick up the kill on Rotom Wash. This is gonna drop Sneasler's stats, but Rotom Wash being off the table is a huge way of protecting Delphox in the future, and the Unburden is gonna activate, putting Sneasler cleanly in the lead in terms of speed for the rest of this game, so long as it stays on the field. Incineroar is perfectly placed, however, to get this great Intimidate drop on both sides. That being said, Garchomp may not care. A Dragon Claw here does some pretty obscene damage, and a Rock Slide into a Stomping Tantrum could be really nasty if needed. All right, we are gonna see Justin's Garchomp swap out for Charizard. Problem here is that if Charizard megas, Delphox is just as benefited by it, if not more, than Charizard is. Now that second close combat isn't gonna do that much damage into a flying type, and the flinching Garchomp really doesn't get an answer here. But what it does get is a guaranteed path to a great Rock Slide pickup. Both Incineroar and Charizard don't want to take this Rock Slide, and they're out of options for dodging it. Question is, what is Garchomp clicking? It is Choice Scarf on Iscudi's side. Sneasler is going to rip, however, the close combat. It's going to put this Incineroar completely down. I thought it would survive that. Sneasler now at -3 defenses is living on a hope and a prayer. This Garchomp's Rock Slide. Oh no. Unfortunately, that does mean that no damage is dealt. However, that does power up Stomping Tantrum if he wants to go for it. So that is a viable option. It's not going to do great though into this Charizard though, who absolutely probably needs to see its Mega Evolution happen. And the problem is that really turns on Delphox's damage output as well. Placed in a really awkward position because most of the enemy team wants that Sun as well, and is greatly positioned to deal with it. This stupid gnat needs to get off my screens. It's bugging me. Yes, that's a pun. All right, Sneasler Protect does mean that it's probably surviving the Heat Wave. Garchomp EQ does consistent damage back to the other Garchomp. How much? Enough to put it in range. But Rock Slide guarantees that Charizard dies before benefiting from the Sun that it set up, which means even if the Garchomp on the field does kill both things here, it still has to deal with a Sun boosted Mega Delphox. That is a scary place to be. All right, I don't think Justin's Garchomp has the economy to deal with it. Going down to a quarter health left. Sneasler is at -4. This Sneasler has survived everything, but it's not surviving those. Oh my goodness, that is a double pickup from the Garchomp. The problem here being is it's not faster, and it is locked into EQ. That's game. Levitate off of Mega Delphox means that it is not hit by ground type moves, which means it doesn't matter what the Pokemon are that are left. Mega Delphox always wins this. That is unfortunate. I love the color matching though. Anyway, Garchomp being scarfed into this EQ is unfortunately what has put it down, as it cannot touch Delphox, and Delphox is free to rip absolutely boosted attacks left, right, and center. Think this is it? All right, we're going to game 2. Justin put up a nasty offense, but letting that Sneasler get off 4 close combats like that really just put him in a horrible position. Hopefully the leads from the next game can do some sort of reverse punish there. Let's find out. All right, we're right back to it. Yeah, nobody realizes how dangerous a Sneasler is until they get to get off 4 close combats in a row. Then you suddenly are much more scared. You know, Reg H Sneasler really reminding people why it ran an entire format. Swear to God, if this bug lands on my wall one more time and not my monitor, I'm deleting it from existence. It better no protect. I keep trying to get it, but it keeps flying onto my monitor, and I'm like, I'm not gonna punch my monitor. I'm not gonna punch my wall, but you know what I mean. All right, game 2 of Top Cut round 2 begins. Let's see how it goes. Alrighty, we're gonna see Sneasler and Delphox the same lead as last time. Up against Tyranitar and Garchomp. Justin has learned that the weather answer is not to be given to Delphox, it's to take from it. And this is absolutely gonna work in Justin's favor, hopefully. As there's not an immediate answer to this on Awoken or on Scuty's team. There is no weather answer here on the other side. So the question now becomes, does Tyranitar and Garchomp get to just rip free spread moves into this team? Tyranitar notably immune to the Psychic that Delphox wants to click, and Heat Wave really is not doing anything to a Rock type, especially in the 50% boost to special defense that the Sand is providing. This is a pretty aggressive counter here. We do see the Garchomp come out onto Scuty's side, and the Delphox going for Protect, so Garchomp is going to have to soak whatever damage is coming here. It's probably all resisted, honestly. Stab Rock Slides are pretty scary, but the one from Garchomp is so. What do we see from this Tyranitar? Knockoff does provide a great answer, but unfortunately, you can't remove a Mega Stone. So if that is Tyranitar's only Dark type attack, it's going to be kind of struggling. Yeah, that Rock Slide, Low Kick, Knockoff, Protect, it really is going to fight to have to deal consistent damage. And here we go, we see that Mega Delphox go for it. It is the fastest thing on the field by a decent margin. And no, it's not. Garchomp's Rock Slide is still faster. I forgot it was Scarfed. I keep forgetting that. So those Rock Slides are going to be racking up consistent damage and cause potential flinches. Both Garchomps, however, I did not realize were Scarfed. And this is going to do way more damage to that T-Tar, putting the T-Tar deep into the yellow and the Garchomp at about half. Delphox is going to set up a substitute with almost no HP left behind it. And the question now becomes, what is it doing to survive here? And it's definitely, that sub is not sticking around. Oh, well, it survived a crit, so I guess we have to get the sub. It's day in the sun. Not literally, because then Delphox would run away from the game again. Delphox is not faster than either Garchomp, so we've now got to see an interesting world where Delphox doesn't want to be here anymore, and both Garchomps want nothing more than to rip some absolutely nasty, super effective damage. Delphox is going to stay in to hit that Protect, probably allowing both Garchomps to rip their respective Rock Slides and Earthquakes into each other. Neither of which dealing great damage, but Scuty's is at least hitting Stab. Flinch means it may not hit anything. It does anyway! Earthquake does go into the Garchomp, and it's not great damage, but it's going to do some. Yeah, putting that Garchomp into the red. Delphox is only on the field for one more turn, one way or the other. It's got to do something. It's either got to swap out or it's got to get a kill, but it's got to do it this turn. Unfortunately, its best answer was to die. And Garchomp now has to hit through the flinch to be able to do meaningful damage. That being said, if you Scooties, Garchomp hits EQ, it's a double kill. It's a double kill. All right, so we've traded Mega Delphox for both of the leads here. That's a pretty good trade. Mega Delphox not really getting a good footing in this game 2. The question is, what's in the back? All right, Incineroar makes sense, and Charizard. Oh my goodness, with Mega Delphox cooked, literally. Charizard's free to rip Mega and go. Talonflame is gonna get that priority Gale Wind, but it's gonna lose it after this turn if the sun doesn't go up, because it's gonna lose its value to sand. Sorry, had to yawn really badly there. We are almost there, folks. We are gonna start the final round before 11 p.m. Trust. I believe. All right. Let's see what happens. Talonflame absolutely wants to rip this Tailwind. Incineroar doesn't give the Garchomp the chance to get value from it though, and gets the crit, but the Rough Skin does unfortunately put it in a rough spot. This dual Wing Beat really isn't doing enough damage to matter to this Charizard though. Charizard didn't Mega Evolve. It's instead going to take a Weather Ball and rip it into the Talonflame for Rock type damage. That is a quad effective, basically it's a single target Rock Slide, and it's going to eliminate Talonflame. We are now looking at a clean 2v2 with no weather on the board. Sneasler and Fake Out Pressure does re-enter the board, but Charizard has no reason not to Mega Evolve at this point, even if it just protects. The sun is absolutely on its side here. It's got to have a way to deal with this Garchomp though. The question is if the route to allowing the Charizard to rip Heat Waves is Incineroar hitting meaningful damage into the Garchomp here so that it doesn't get Rock Slided. Question is, does it happen? Garchomp is locked into EQ. I forgot. Wait a minute. With a Protect from Sneasler, I think that seals the game. What does the Sneasler got? The Sneasler is White Herb, and the Charizard, it does not have, it does not have Air Slash. This is gonna come down to Dire Claw, folks. This is gonna come down to whether or not Dire Claw does meaningful damage. Oh wait. I'm confused. Does the Incineroar protect? No, I thought the Incineroar would go down to Earthquake. Huh? Did I miss something again? I think I missed something again. Whoopsies. I'm just gonna act like I didn't miss whatever happened there to Incineroar. Alright, there's a Charizard Protect. Does Incineroar go for Flare Blitz damage here? Well, no, it dies. Alright, we are in a world where a -1, fully, pretty much healthy Sneasler, who is unburdened and faster, has to 1v1 against this Charizard. Charizard is so dangerous though, with Heat Wave, Solar Beam, and Weather Ball. It has no reason to not rip perfectly accurate Weather Balls into the Sneasler. Can Sneasler wait out the sun though? I think it's got 2 turns left. Yeah, there's 2 turns left of sunlight. Sneasler either has to go. Welcome back. We've done the same scenario. Does Sneasler risk the triple protect to try and get out of the sun? Or does it go for Dire Claw? It goes for Dire Claw, and it gets it! I forgot about the Unburdened speed up. That means that it wins. And with that, Iscuti seals up the second place into our finals match. Congratulations to the both of you. It was a very close set. With that, we are moving on to our final round, everybody. Again, I want to say to everyone, thank you so much for you guys coming and hanging out and showing up to the event. I have no words. This has gone awesomely. But it's time to finish things, isn't it? Like all good things, this must come to an end. So, let's do it. All right, Scarlet and Schleimschlatt, it is time for your last round and the last round of the night. This was fun. You haven't played an attorney before, so this was great. Really? All right, I hope you're able to come to more in the future. I know I'm going to be definitely running more online ones, and if you're one of my locals, we're going to have one on Sunday. We'd love to have you. Alrighty, guys. So with that, we have one more best of 3 remaining, and that will determine who wins a shiny Miraidon or Koraidon of their choice. I will say that I think there's some issues with home trading, so it may be like we have to figure something out, but I will get you it, I promise. I didn't know I'd KO with Kyra Claw. I didn't know that you would either, honestly. I can't wait to go to like something next time. Gotcha. So I'm just gonna do that. Anyway, all right, let me know when you guys set up the room and we will send it in. Schleimschlatt absolutely has a very Schleimschlatt has an absolutely great balanced team going into this final round, but we are staring down the undefeated Gardevoir. Does the team have the answer? Schleimschlatt has done really great into multiple weather teams and has been able to cleanly answer them with pretty much casual indifference. But now, what happens against a team where there is no weather present? We are going to see an interesting back and forth here. Both members, or both players looking at when's the best time to Mega and with what. All right, here we go. All right, so Iscuti, who I have seen not yet bring Mega Floette to anything on stream. Here, for this, I am going to hide everything on screen. We are just looking at that overlay, or we are just looking at this game, nothing else. I have not seen Mega Floette yet, but that being said, Megatel has more than kept up with the pressure here. This team has great options and answers here for most of the field. That being said, does it have an answer for this absolutely disastrous endgame Gardevoir that has just swept most of the tournament by itself? And its support that it gets from that Aerodactyl and the Basculegion have been obscene for positioning it into great places. I don't think that we're gonna see King Gambit at any point here with the very dangerous fire and fighting presence, but it's possible, and I guess we're gonna find out. All right, guys, this is the finals of the Herd Test Tournament. Good luck. We're gonna see Scarlet lead out with that typical lead that we have seen so many times in her games of Aerodactyl and Garchomp. And we're gonna finally, for the first time on stream, see that Mega Floette from Iscuti. Sneasler does have fake out pressure online, but Aerodactyl has continued to prove it doesn't care in these situations. Garchomp and Aerodactyl both scared of this Mega Floette, but they've got the damage to back it up. What does Sneasler fake out, and does Scarlet just lead out with the double protect? Regardless, Mega Floette is gonna start things off. The question here is, does it have Calm Mind? It does. Does it Calm Mind in front of this potential double protect? Garchomp goes for the protect. If there is a double protect here, it could... Oh, there's not. But it doesn't matter. The fake out goes wide into the protect. The Aerodactyl does set up Tailwind. Does Mega Floette go for Calm Mind? It does! Okay, so if Mega Floette can survive the now both doubly faster options here, it absolutely could run away with this game in just a couple of Dazzling Gleams or Moonblasts. It's really bulky, guys. I think it handles this. Question is what are we looking at here? So we're looking at Rock Slides. One does go wide into the Sneasler, and Floette avoids it! Oh my goodness! And Floette just has to tank the Earthquake, which it'll do comfortably. Oh no! Floette stays above full health and rips a Dazzling Gleam at +1 into both sides, picking up the clean knockout into Garchomp and leaving Arrow at 3 HP. Oh no! Not getting that kill on Arrow is probably a roll, but it doesn't matter because Scarlet's going to take the field with its version of the nasty plot, which is... I don't know why I said it that way. Anyway, we're gonna see Mega Guardy hit the field, and Floette doesn't have an answer, but Sneasler does. Unfortunately, Guardy's faster. This Gardevoir is absolutely going to threaten great damage, and Floette really doesn't have an answer. Maybe the answer to Mega Floette is just protection by resistance. I guess we'll see. Floette is going to protect itself though from whatever is coming. And Aerodactyl is going to rip a Rock Slide. Sneasler avoids it. Back-to-back Rock Slide misses. Hyper Voice is going to go into the Sneasler, but it's probably going to survive. It does. Does Sneasler get the Dire Claw? It does. 100% win rate. Guardy goes down in one hit. Oh my goodness. The Aerodactyl has got to clutch up. He has had every chance to, and we see that Basculegion, that 150 base power, last respects, hit the field. I don't know about you. In Scarlet's position, I would not be trusting these Rock Slides anymore, but they're what needs to hit. With this last turn of Tailwind, we've got to see some flinches. We've got to see some kills. We're going to alternate the protect. Sneasler is going to protect. Aerodactyl rips the Rock Slide. Does it connect? It does. Oh God. Okay, it's not 3 times in a row. We're fishing for a flinch here. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't have the chance. Last respects deletes Floette. The crit doesn't matter. Let's be honest here. That's 150 base power. Last respects. But still, Yuscuti has an entire, 2 more Pokemon that it can bring. King Gambit threatens Sucker Punch. We do see the priority Sucker Punch being online here, and neither Pokemon can take it. We are in a position where they need to hit Sneasler, but King Gambit will deny the kill. Basculegion also doesn't want to risk last respects into the King Gambit, but it doesn't get a say in the matter as it gets deleted off the field. The question is, Aerodactyl is it's faster. Does it get value here? The Sneasler does get deleted, but the King Gambit takes no damage. Aerodactyl is 3 HP. We are going to a game 2, and I don't think Scarlet's 100% win rate Guardy is gonna be able to answer this team anymore. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys saw it here first. Guardy has not been able to be toppled this whole tournament, and now it's absolutely getting answered. Wow, that was a comfortable win by Yuscuti, and we're going into game 2 with Scarlet down by 1. How does Scarlet react to this? What are the answers here? Oh my goodness. I'm excited now. This is a game. We've got a game on our hands, everybody. Scarlet has pretty comfortably up until this point taken 2-0s and some 2-1s against her opponents. But now, going into the finals, going into game 2, she is down I was about to say a stock. A game. All that takes is one more loss, and we break the perfect win streak of the Guardy. What are we gonna do, guys? Iscuti absolutely seeing value now in that Mega Floette, but was it enough? Was it worth bringing over the Mega Delphox that has secured so many wins? Probably in an instance against Aerodactyl and Garchomp, yes, but does Scarlet stay in with that lead? It's a very dangerous lead. It's been hard countered up until this point. And Gambit has proven that it can sit on the field and dish out damage. Do we see an Iron Head King Gambit do meaningful, like, blasts into the Aerodactyl? Aerodactyl doesn't survive that. Oh wow, I'm excited, guys. Also a little hungry. Got some pizza in the fridge, I cannot wait to eat. Sorry, unrelated. All right, here we go. On a 6-game win streak, Iscuti is gonna take on Scarlet. Scarlet swaps it up for their own shiny King Gambit and Basculegion. Basculegion immediately applying a presence here. While normally it goes for last respects, it absolutely has a delete button in Wave Crash right now. And it's probably gonna have to consider using it. Against what though is the question. Mega Floette wants to Mega and immediately set up that Calm Mind, but it cannot afford to get doubled into like that. Sneasler is applying fake out pressure to this King Gambit, but King Gambit could ignore that by just going for Sucker Punch. See what happens. Oh boy. We do see, oh my gosh, thank you so much, Jams, for the raid. We see Sneasler going for the Protect, King Gambit going for the Protect. Does Mega Floette get the Calm Mind off? Wave Crash does go into the Mega Floette. Mega Floette survives. Thank you so much, Jams, for the raid. It's good to see you. How you been? Hello, Raiders. And we are gonna see a Moonblast delete the Basculegion. Who's winning? We are in the final round of the tournament, and currently Scarlet is down a game, Ursa Queen, against Iscuti. Thank you so much again, Jams Green, for the raid. For those of you guys who don't know, and hello, Raiders. My name is the Sheep Herder. I cannot speak a whole lot right now, but hope you guys keep yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. Go grab some water and chill. Floette did delete the Basculegion, but at what cost? It's dead to pretty much anything right now. I wonder if a Sucker Punch kills at this range. Probably not. Floette is built very tanky. But we're not gonna get to find out, as it does get swapped out into the Talonflame. The problem here is that if Garchomp went for Rock Slide, it's going to delete this Talonflame. It did not. It goes for Stomping Tantrum into the Sneasler. So although Sucker Punch doesn't get any value, Sneasler does get immediately deleted. Spectator mode looks so cool in this game. It does. It's very nice. All right. So that puts both teams down their primary sweeper. Well, not primary, but their best sweepers lately. King Gambit does hit the field across from the King Gambit. We've got a little bit of a Shogun standoff over here on the left side. Right side, we've got a priority Galewind Talonflame with the Sharp Beak, staring down a Garchomp that can delete it with a single move. But it's scarfed, I think. No, oh, it might not be. It might not be. It is Mental Herb. This Garchomp is free to swap into Rock Slide. So that because of that, Talonflame knows it protects, it keeps its Galewind up for later. The Garchomp also protects. The question is do either of these Gambits want to hit the other? That is going to be a swing into the Protect, and a swing in the Protect. We have seen a turn where the King Gambits did not get any value off here, but the Talonflame really is going to struggle to get meaningful damage after this point. It's probably just going to go for that Tailwind before it loses its priority. We see instead the Flare Blitz. Horrible timing for the AFK. But yeah, Jams, how was your stream? Getting a crit, full, super effective kill into the King Gambit before he can even do anything. Scarlet's back on the back foot, and that Stomping Tantrum. Does it delete the other King Gambit? No, it doesn't. Oh my goodness. Talonflame gets to survive another turn. And Kowtow Cleave puts Garchomp at almost exactly half. Rough Skin is gonna hurt a little bit, but we are looking at back foot, and it is time for that
100% win rate.
Gardevoir to once again hit the field. Does it have anything it can answer here? It can kill the King Gambit with Hyper Voice at this range, and the Talonflame. You were playing in tournament yourself and went 5-3. Nice. Could have been better. You glad it in positive. Hey, we always take positive. Positive is always good, and that's all that matters. Talonflame is faster than Guardy here, but it's in no way going to be able to pick up the kill. If Guardy Mega Evolves and rips a Hyper Voice, I don't see a world where it doesn't pick up the clean double. Garchomp is also still here in case it doesn't. So whatever, this Mega Floette that's in the back with low health would have to pick up the kill after that. But I don't think it does. All right, Protect from Talonflame does mean that Wall King Gambit is probably gonna go down. No, they double protect. What does that mean turn-wise? Was there a Tailwind active? No. Interesting, I guess we're just scouting out here a little bit. All right, yeah. Yeah, there's no field effects, no stat raises or drops here. Scooty probably doesn't have a direct answer for this Gardevoir. To be honest, I don't think anybody in this tournament has had an answer for this Gardevoir. Very few are Caledons, I think. Let me look. One Arcalodon in this entire tournament. Oh, wow. And the Agrons and things like that, but I don't even think they hit this. So the question is does Hyper Voice Guardy delete these two, and do they get down meaningful damage before they do so? Because Mega Floette probably outspeeds Garchomp and Guardy, but it's not guaranteed to get the kill. Wing Beat does delete Garchomp though. So we are gonna come down to a situation where Mega Floette and Guardy have to 1v1. Unfortunately, Guardy's at full health, and Mega, oh my God, Talonflame survived. Oh my God. We are in a situation where Guardy is one Hyper Voice from winning, but it has to get through the strongest Mega in the format to do so, who's already at low health. If I remember, it's at like 30 HP. Yeah, 31 to an 8. If Guardy gets a Hyper Voice, it wins. But Floette and Talonflame both threaten fast damage. Talonflame knows it's dying. It's probably gonna rip a Flare Blitz into the Gardevoir. That's gonna do good considerable damage. Does the Moonblast from Mega Floette seal the deal? Guardy moves back first. We are going into game 3. We are moving into game 3. This Gardevoir said, I am the 100% win rate Gardevoir. Holy game 3, everybody. This is gonna be interesting. Huh. All right, I gotta grab a snack. I'm sorry, I am like vibrating right now. Huh. All right, we grabbed this snack bar. Let's keep her going. Woo! You guys are gonna have to hear me take bites for a minute. I do apologize. Okay, I got my snacks in real fast. This is the final game of the final match of this tournament. This is going to be so exciting to see. And we see Scarlet go back to that typical lead, that wonderful Garchomp arrow lead. And we see Escuti go with what worked. Sneasler Floette threatens immediate damage on both of them. We're going to see that Mega, we're gonna see that Mega Floette immediately threaten some huge damage across the board. But it's gotta get through not getting damaged first. And that's okay because Aerodactyl is the one to take the hit. And that means it's gonna flinch up. It's not gonna get its typical Tailwind. So that means while Sneasler does die to the Earthquake, that gives the Mega Floette the chance to set up Calm Mind or rip a Moonblast in. Yep, there we go. There's the Calm Mind. +1 to both attack or special attack and special defense means that although it's not going to affect the matchup currently on screen, it is absolutely going to be a delete button for them if it's allowed to deal damage. Problem being is it's at 108 health. Aerodactyl is faster than it, but Garchomp's not. But Aerodactyl probably doesn't pick up kill here. So Garchomp is going to be protected for later because of that. And we are going to see the Incineroar hit the field, which is probably the only Pokemon at this point, other than King Gambit, that could survive this boosted Dazzling Gleam. Talonflame is going to make use of that Gale Wings priority to set up Tailwind. So this Mega Floette is just going to be ripping super speed Dazzling Gleams the entire time, threatening some absolutely extreme damage. Incineroar is neutral to this, and it still dropped it to 75 health. 75, that is a death on Incineroar. Incineroar has 202, and it dropped it to 75, which means it did 127. Unless it's a roll, Incineroar goes down to another one, but Incineroar does apply Fake Out pressure right now. Fake Out plus Dual Wing Beat or Rock Slide might be enough. Talonflame is not willing to take that Rock Slide though, letting King Gambit come in just to threaten more options. Fake Out does hit the Floette. Floette is no longer going to move, and Tailwind does negate the Tailwind on the left side. That being said, Floette's still probably the fastest. Well, no, Aerodactyl's there. Yeah, no, Aerodactyl's definitely faster. Still, it's gotta play the guessing game with this Floette. Is this Floette beefy enough to survive a hit? Sucker Punch from this does actually put the Incineroar even further down. We know it was in range, but the players don't. Floette does tank the Rock Slide. Does it flinch? No, it doesn't. This Delete Beam absolutely clears Scarlet's left and right side. We are going to see Scarlet go down to their last two Pokemon. We know one is Garchomp, is the other Gardevoir. Does Guardy have an answer for this King Gambit? Oh, I mean, it does. It's Garchomp. All right, so we are going to see this absolutely decimating boosted Mega Floette and King Gambit and Talonflame face 100% win rate Gardevoir and a full health Mental Herb Garchomp. Garchomp just has to get across one good Earthquake at this point to kill King Gambit or Floette. But Floette with the Tailwind is probably fastest thing on the field. Oh wait, no, we answered that last time, right? I think Mega Guardy was faster than the Floette was. Problem is Mega Guardy also can't take the EQs that are coming from the side. It also doesn't want to absorb that damage. Both players are thinking really hard. This is the turn that matters. This is the turn, not next turn. This turn decides it. The last turn of their Tailwind, and Talonflame does hit the field. Question is, did Garchomp go for Rock Slide? If it did, and they read it well, this is absolutely going to be the turn that deletes Talonflame. They didn't. Oh man. Unfortunately, EQ does mean that Talonflame is going to get off another safely immune turn, which means, once again, Gale Wings is going to get to activate, and they're going to get another full priority flying type move, and this this Talonflame does have 3 of them in Tailwind, Dual Wing Beat. Oh no, it only has Tailwind and Dual Wing Beat. I don't know why I thought it had Roost. Anyway, I don't know why it would ever have Roost at full health. That's weird. Anyway, we are going to see Mega Gardevoir activate. And with that, it is going to Pixelate. It's going to threaten some absolutely great damage here. But Talonflame is going to protect, which means that any Rock Slides here are going to be wasted damage when the Garchomp really needs to hit that EQ. But Stomping Tantrum, because the EQ failed last turn, is going to do great damage to this King Gambit. And it's going to go down. Oh my goodness. Wait, but King Gambit's faster now. Right? Because Trick Room, yeah. We know that Guardy is fast. It outsped Mega Floette, which means King Gambit is absolutely the fastest thing on the field here. Does it rip into this Gardevoir with an Iron Head? In this scenario, King Gambit goes first, then Garchomp. If Garchomp rips a Rock Slide and it's enough, King Gambit and Talonflame might go down here. I don't think it's enough to kill King Gambit, but that's a really close calculation. It's going to come down to the defense and attack values. You can tell they're really thinking it through here. King Gambit's not even going to attack. Instead, it's going to wait out the turn. Dual Wing Beat is going to do some noticeable damage to Garchomp, but unfortunately, this rough skin does mean that Talonflame has no longer got that Gale Winds priority. Gale Wings, I can't speak. What comes out here? Gardevoir Hyper Voice is going to probably deal considerable damage to this Talonflame. It won't kill, but if D-Claw or Rock Slide, that was a crit, wow, hits the Talonflame, Talonflame avoids the Rock Slide. No! Poor Scarlet has been absolutely besmirched with the number of Rock Slide misses that have happened in these last 2 sets. This means that it's going to come down to whether or not Talonflame is naturally faster or slower than Gardevoir as to whether or not it gets damage off. We are going to see King Gambit move first next, no matter what it goes for, Sucker Punch or a regular move. And Guardy really can't afford to take those hits. It's probably going to have to protect. The question is, does Garchomp rip a Rock Slide and try to take out the Talonflame, or does it go for EQ and guarantee safety for the Guardy? Stomping Tantrum into the mist does guarantee EQ, but Stomping Tantrum, whatever. Does mean that Gambit faints. What does Talonflame do here? Does it go for Tailwind? Nope. More Dual Wing Beat. In this scenario, it's going to let itself die. Oh no! Mega Floette is faster, or is slower than Guardy, which means it's faster in Trick Room. But Garchomp is slower than Mega Floette. What does it go for here? A full power EQ is more than enough to wrap up this Floette. But Floette I think that's it. I think Garchomp gets the kill here. If it connects with its move, Guardy has the health. They both click attacking moves, and Floette either has to double protect out of the Trick Room and pray. It's the slowest thing on the field. Oh my god. I didn't realize Garchomp was that fast. We are in a position where Guardy has to kill this Floette this turn. And it does! And with that, folks, I have wonderful news.
100% win rate Mega Guardy from Scarlet Ursa Queen wraps up the Herd's first tournament.
Congratulations, everybody, for that absolutely nail-biting game. You all did wonderful. And Scarlet, congratulations on an absolutely wonderful first place. Well done. Wow. That was a fun game to watch. GG. Wow. That was back and forth at such an extreme level. I wasn't sure who was winning. It all came down to reads there. Rock slide miss from their Pokemon lost you the tourney. Oh man. Man, GG. You guys all did so good. Absolutely well done, everybody. Well done. Wow. So that was an amazing event. Scarlett, if you're here in the chat, you know me. I got you. If you're there on Sunday, I'm gonna have to sneeze again. One moment. Never mind, the sneeze went away. That's the worst. If you want to get your prize on Sunday, you absolutely can. If not, just shoot me a DM on Discord, and I will get you that shiny Miraidon or Koraidon. Congratulations, you guys. Oh, you will be there Sunday? Perfect. All right, then just remind me, and I will bring my stuff. I need to bring my Switch because I know home is having issues. Mega Miraidon! It actually doesn't just set Electric Turn, it also sets Tailwind. Its ability is just I win. No. Yeah. That was amazing. I am very proud of everybody who participated. I thank everybody who participated. I was not expecting 20 people at my first online event. I amazingly survived it. But y'all were a blast. So yeah, I guess we're gonna wrap things up. That was a wonderful time. Thank you guys so much for all coming out. You'll be in the next one. Heck yeah, Jams. And the numbers were low until like today. No, it was, I think 16 or 17 last night. No, I think it was like actually 13 or 14 because I remember it being below 17. So, okay. Who do we want to raid? Do I have anybody currently streaming that? No, nobody's playing champions. Excuse me. All right. Let's just go find somebody new on champions and let's go raid them, shall we? Shall we? Don't worry, I'll do an outro in just a second. I am just gonna get this figured out first because it's not often I have so many people that are actually gonna like join me for the raid. I just usually like to go talk to people. Let's see. Sorry, normally I am pretty good at like just communicating what I'm doing, but I'm gonna be honest, my brain is scrambled. Y'all have made this an absolute blast, but head barely think thonk at this point. Head very barely think thonk. Ooh, this person's playing like off meta Pokemon. Oh, they're playing in singles. We don't see singles. We are blind to singles players. They do not exist. That is not true. I'm just teasing. All right. Ooh, what is this person doing? All right, this person is doing a new team, and their name is Hyper Psychic. I saw the Hyper, and I figured as homage to Hyper helping me survive round 2, we'd go raid this person. So, we're gonna go raid this person. But before we do so, if you guys enjoyed today's stream and you'd like to catch future ones, you can always hit the follow button down below and or the notification bell to find out when future streams are happening and future tournaments. I want to do this more. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, actually participating in a creators event. So I will be in the hot seat actually playing this next time. And you guys will get to watch me and make fun of all the misses that I have for my moves. It'll probably be Draco Meteor. Anyway, if you guys would like to join the Happy Little Herd and you haven't already, ! Discord, link down below, or the link that Nightbot sometimes sends in chat. Well, it's gonna send it right now. is a great way to come and find out when we're doing events and come and hang out with the community. You can also bully me on any of the social media on screen or below the stream, but just know that you guys being wonderful, amazing, awesome people is always appreciated, and none of that stuff is ever, 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 ever expected. Just keep being wonderful, and that's good enough for me. So I'm going to send you guys on your way to this raid. I would immensely appreciate it if you would copy this raid message and send it to show the support to Hyper Psychic as we get over there. I'm going to say goodnight to everybody. We're going to start the raid, and I will catch you guys tomorrow at about 8:30, I think. AM is when I am starting the next cup. So we'll see how that goes. If you guys aren't there, I won't blame you because I'll be barely awake. But let's get this thing going, shall we? All right. Aswari, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Blessed Muffins, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Death's Killer, thank you for coming and hanging out. Jam's Game Room, thank you so much for coming and hanging out and for the raid. The Miner 69er, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Eascutie, congratulations on second place and thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Yawn Champ, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. ZFan30, thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Hope all of you guys have a wonderful night and sleep so well. And congrats again to Scarlet. Hope you have a wonderful evening and thank you so much for coming and hanging out. And if I did not say your name, please understand that it is not intentional. You are just not currently showing up in the list. I do appreciate whoever you are. I do apologize and hope you have a wonderful night as well. All right, with that being said, I'm going to ask you guys one more time to please copy the raid message. We're going to wrap things up. I want you guys to get wonderful sleep tonight. I want you to drink water. I want you to keep yourselves healthy, happy, and hydrated. And I want you guys to have a great rest of your day. Take care. Sleep so good. And I will see you tomorrow, next week, Sunday, sometime. But I'll see you soon. All right, guys. Take it easy. Bye-bye.